Good luck.
Later.
では、前に出ます。
Hello, chat. How's it going? I just got the go live tweet out. Do me that favor. Go give that some love. Instead of the VOD, see what I missed when I went to eat dinner. Yeah, it's all good. I'm gonna try to keep videos a little bit shorter here for a bit. See how that impacts things. Because I'm getting compliments from some people on the brevity of the videos now, and I don't know. It may be fine. It may not be. Hey, Kitch. Okay, I think I have today's artwork. I suspect today is going to be a little bit of a dead day for people, and that's exactly why we're going to be covering some stuff that chat doesn't expect. Because it works for me. It's now at the point where if it's a dead day and people don't come to stream, I get to record something that they never expect, and then they have to go watch it after the fact. Okay. Like I said, chat, I got the go live tweet out. Do me that favor. We are live on all 4 platforms, from what I can see. Double checking that real fast. Would appear so. Okay. And let's go ahead and get this party started. I gotta work on that. Break myself. And hello, chat. Welcome to Wednesday. Wednesday, right? Yeah. I had my filling done today on my front tooth that got root canaled, which they had to go, behind the tooth to get it. But it was actually really fast. The procedure took me maybe 20 minutes, not even. I was surprised by that. Sorry, chat. I just had to write myself a couple of notes here. Things that I need to get done that are I keep forgetting them, and if I make myself a list like that, it usually helps me. Okay. Welcome. Like I said, went to the dentist. Everything went smoothly. I'm good on that regard. Don't have to go see a dentist until August, I think, when I have the follow-up after the root canal. Yesterday's rolls went good. If you haven't seen it, go check the go check the video. I'm definitely pleased with them. We put it up on YouTube already. Now we're kind of in chillax mode. We have the NA and the JP event. There's nothing kind of coming for the foreseeable future except JP. We kind of know we have the Berserker grand grand like system coming on JP. And let's see, NA we are pretty much like we're kind of dead at this point. We're everything is tower and getting stuff caught up on as we head towards anniversary. So if you guys are already somehow done with the tower, good on you. I'm not. Let's see, what do I got here? I got a pretender for an alter ego. Yep, a foreigner for a foreigner, and nothing to counter the Avenger other than Kiyohime. Yeah, why not? Let's go with it. I use the post-it note on the desktop edge strat for my reminders. Yeah, I have I have a pad that has barely anything left in it now because I have wrote myself so many notes. And chat, I realized this was a problem, so I started using the front and the back of notes. But it's good. It helps me. It's good to stay organized. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to stay more organized, trying to stay more clean, trying to make sure that I just kind of keep ahead of myself a little bit because it is always such a problem and such a bear in general. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. This is actually going to be fairly easy as far as these go. Let's do one of these. Like we said, we don't have any counter for the Avenger. So let's do that. And then let's do that. We're going to let Oberon brick himself in effect. Actually, let's do it like that. Then maybe that. Well, I just realized what I did. So hopefully he kills. Anybody else getting small buffers on Twitch or one of the others? I hope not. Oh, also, here is today's artwork, chat. Sorry about that. Enjoy. My feet are sore now. Yeah. There you guys go. Gentle reminder as well, we're getting some follows on Kick. Feel free to follow me there if you guys want. I know, I really don't care what platform you watch or view me on. I believe you can subscribe on any of them now except Twitter. Twitter is still in the experimental phase, so while hello Twitter, we're live on there. Right now I have everything kind of set to like it's locked down, so you can't comment on Twitter, you can't view the VOD after the stream ends, that sort of stuff. Because one, I would rather if people go watch VODs, go watch it on the YouTube channel that we have. We have an entire channel for VODs. I'd rather you go watch there because that's monetized and it helps me out rather than watching it literally anywhere else, which I get no benefit from. So it is what it is. Twitch, I just got the buffering. Interesting. I am showing a little bit of drop frame. Oh, I'm showing more than a little bit of drop frames. Well, I can try switching servers if you guys bear with me here. I don't know what this will do. I may have to redo some of the stream stuff, so let's see. It does not want to stop. I literally hit stop stream, and it's just still going. Is it back? Yeah, I'm just watching YouTube. Are you guys good? Because you guys are actually one of the ones I'm most worried about there. I'll be watching you. Okay, Twitter looks like it's fine. Yes, YouTube's good. Okay, all right, sweet. I'm surprised that worked. I just killed 4 different streams and brought them all back online in like half a second with no issue. I'm surprised. Usually something like that, something goes wrong. So it is what it is. Yeah, all it was dropped frames. It's clearly fine now, so let the record show that's not my internet. That's usually what that is. That's the Twitch invest servers. And it just, when that happens, it's just like a server's shit in the bed, and you just have to basically switch which server you're streaming to. Because you can physically do so. So I switched from the Florida server to the Georgia server in effect, and it worked. As long as I'm not getting dropped frames, what do I care? Maybe a little bit more latency, but it's nothing compared to what I'm sure you guys were seeing. Like, I looked down and I'm like, yeah, there's a little bit of drop frames. And I looked closer and I was like, oh God, that's like over 50% drop frames. So I'm surprised you guys were even able to understand me. Because that was definitely rough. Anyways, how's chat doing? Did chat hear anything of what I said before? All single targets? I'd rather not. Yeah, give me him. Is back? We back? Back even? Good. Excellent. Berserker was all I heard? Yeah, did chat hear anything? Because, like, I can restate everything I said, though I feel bad for anybody that maybe wasn't having latency. I was just saying I got my filling done. There was no issues with it. I don't have to go see a dentist again until, like, August when I go for the checkup for the root canal, basically. And then... What else did I talk about? I think we were just talking FGO stuff. I was saying like how there's like now we're kind of in a chill phase here. There's not a whole lot going on. We're gonna be doing some prep stuff here. NA's headed towards anniversary. JP's got the Berserker Grand System coming up. NA's pretty much set till NA. Yep, which is good. I definitely like it. Which I'm happy because chat, Annie, I'm gonna be probably off from work, so I'm like, vacation. I can't wait. Honestly, I can't wait. Like, my parents just left yesterday on their vacation. I got the text literally right as I was waking up that they arrived just fine at their hotel. They're in the British Isles right now. They're going on a cruise. They're leaving from there. They're going to Norway and all up in there. Actually, I think they go to Scotland first, and then they go over to Norway. But yeah, they're gonna have a blast, and they're gonna be gone for about 2 weeks. And when they get back, I'm going on vacation. So some of that you guys will get extra streaming out of me, but you'll also probably get weirder times, and you'll also probably get days where I maybe just don't stream as I take a breather. So it just is what it is. It's a vacation in every facet of the word. Okay. Let's actually taunt with him. And Paris is arguably the only threat here, but do it like that. That's an interesting background in the art. What are you talking about? Haven't you guys seen those art pieces where it's like the character and then the background is the character? This is that. There's no difference. So, chat, you guys know I've been going through my photos too, and I happen to see. I know exactly when it was. I thought I sent it to Bob. Maybe I didn't send it to Bob. Did I send it to Steve? I don't know. But I was going back through my stuff and I basically figured out the exact date I originally got banned on Twitch. And the reason I did is because I noticed the image that I got banned for, and then right after that, saved in my images, was an image that I was like irate about because I didn't get banned for that, and it was worse. And so it was like, yes, I've pinpointed the exact time it happened. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, you know what? I may want to bring those images back because, honest to God, there's nothing wrong with them. It was just Twitch being Twitch. You sent me nothing today? I don't think I did. I was busy the whole day myself. I think we were both busy. Like, I had my dentist appointment in the morning. I had several things I needed to get done at work today because people were asking me for crap since my dad's out of the office. And then from there, I basically was working on a project on the side, and then also doing like I had like foot tower in front of me, and then like with my phone plugged in, I was also like organizing some of the photos, which I'm slowly kind of just working in and weaving in between my my work. Oh, the cheesecake anniversary. Yep. Speaking of NA being set, do we know when the next lotto will be? September or October? On NA or JP? Because NA, it's not until Christmas. Thank God. JP, there's a little bit more going on. Chad, also, don't forget, you do have like download campaign missions and stuff. Make sure you guys are getting those done on the side. I know everybody's occupied with the foot tower, but make sure you keep an eye on the rest of your account while this is going on. Again, as chat pointed out too, we have half cost first time completion or deal call 1 free quest, which is a year early basically. And we have we also got the half cost storm pods early, so that's definitely nice. Trees are destroying civilization. Evocation 1 wants Ember Node runs. Yep. Which kind of sucks for me because I'm full up on Embers. Hold up. Is this one of those situations where I cannot refuse, but then things escalate until I'm in nothing but a bikini with a string of shells? My Pope can't be this hot. Trying to force an unwilling woman into being photographed. An incredibly deviant foot fetish photo book. Yep. Yep. That's photo worthy right there. The minute it comes out, I'm adding it to my banned book list. The earth is bleached, there's no internet to access. They have some sort of like internal Chaldean internet. Because they've talked about it before. I forget what the name of it is. Honestly, I'm really enjoying this event so far. Like story wise, at least. It's definitely tedious as every tower event is, but having the ability to read the story is making this event a lot more palatable for me compared to having to do it on JP. Because feet, apparently. No. No, not because of feet, okay? Listen, you know what's so weird about this? Obviously, foot fetishes are a thing. But they're going to go ahead and they're going to make an entire event about feet. And I'm like, okay, if that's fair game, why can't we have an event where we go around taking pictures of everyone's chests? I don't see what the problem is. Where's the issue? Free chests for all. Amazing chest ahead. It's fashion. Rating issues, sadly. Listen, you don't have to tell them. Just don't tell the rating agencies. People only care about ratings when a game first comes out. Haven't you noticed this? Nobody ever asks what the rating is for a game that's been released for years. Father K or Overseer K? Yeah, let's go with Overseer K. Also, to whoever was saying, didn't Rasputin leave him? And I told you no. Just saying. Extra spice. Because someone cried to Google, apparently. Exactly, Jay. Exactly. Which means Google didn't give two shits until somebody narked on them. That was the only time Google even bothered to look into it again. And the variety were nonsensical too. Yeah. Liver and chive stir fry? Oh! Who ordered that? Chat, I feel like we need a Chaldean eating contest event. And it needs various categories, like spice could be one. Obviously, quantity could be another. They could be like an ice cream eating contest to see who can last the longest without getting freezer burn. Won't the saber faces win? That's exactly why. That's exactly what I wanted. I mean, I don't think they'd win every category, right? Like Kodomine would win anything involving spice, I feel like. Mash, I don't think we need the foot analysis. I have no choice but to stop you. God. The birth of this dish. That is such an appropriately written line for him. Camelot Chowdown Cup, hire me? Exactly. You understand. With Miss Crane, I can rotate the party, but we're still just going to go with Sedusa. We've got Enkidu. Probably need something for the alter ego. I mean, alter ego is going to be Kodomine. Benny Enma's the saber. Emi is the archer. And Bima's the lancer. So Emi is kind of a threat. Yeah, I'm actually okay with the stun one. Unselectable. Oh, whoops. What can I fit in the background? Not eligible. Nani? I was unaware there were restrictions. I I'm not sure what the restriction is either. Just from looking at this. Oh, for the C. Actually, yeah, you're probably right. I didn't even think about that. Well, whatever. Send it. just got done redoing this fight. Wait, so what's the 3 card type issue then? Okay, so that needs quick. Defeat all cooks to clear. Why does that feel like that's infinite? Like, I don't like that. It is? Motherfucker. I probably should have gone with the Enkidu arts card. It is, just ignore him? Great. Well, none of my units are AoE, so I can just let that get him down low here. Okay, we're probably going to be redoing this too. What the heck, man? Well, he didn't outright kill me, but that curse is going to hurt. Oh, actually, yeah, whatever. Oh, that's usually a lot of all this is like you just kind of need to know. Knowing's half the battle, yada yada yada. That's not gonna do crap against her. It actually needs to be quick cards here. You can stun him. I could, but I probably need to hold off for right now. Please don't bar pop him. Thank you. God damn it. God damn. Okay. And you require an arts lancer. Yeah, that's straight ass. I'm gonna see if I can overpower it, but I doubt I can. That's just oof, dude. Oh, come on! 2 hands in a row, not a single arts card. I gotta stun him. He's gonna go ape shit on me if not. Oh no! Oh my god. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, now we have arts. Oh, he's got. Doesn't he have sure hit or something in his kit? Well, I could NP seal, but then I'm just screwing myself. Man, I'm just the second I get like behind in something like this, I just get like flustered and then I'm fucked. Only one crit there too. He's Kagatora against them? Oh yeah. 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 Should have taken Kagatora. This is the problem when I go in blind. But this is just the way tower events are. Like this is floor 60, I think. He's unable to act, but will he NP? My entire back line was quick too. Except for Mephisto, who's Buster. And he's just gonna dot and key you to death. Oh my god, man. Doesn't even get the drain. Damn, Mephisto, you doing solid work. And I still have like one other enemy to kill here. 92! It's a failure. I should have just given up. It's just a waste. Friend supports are available, by the way. Oh? I mean, too much guts. No, I mean the only issue with that is I don't know how you were supposed to know that without prior knowledge. Like that, I'm not going to say that's impossible to get through, but I had a like completely wrong composition for that. Okay, so first up, it was Benny who needed quick, right? So we need a quick single target archer. Where is she? Then it was Emiya who needed arts, so we need an arts single target lancer. And then we can assume that our last one is Bima, who's Buster. So we need a Buster Saber. God, that's just so annoying. I'll do a single target, actually. And I will still, here in the back, keep her in there. Do I have the 4-star C? I do. I'll give her that just for the extra added damage. Can I put her... No, let's leave her in. She can stun. Yep. Missed. Do I have her stuff, Lord? I hope you get her. Yes. Rolled. Let's go. Yep. I'm 99% certain we were meant to fail that run and be angry at K Rasputin. Probably. It's like normally they'll give you a hint via the like story leading up to it, but that one they really didn't. And to be fair, I'm still not like actually trying here. I just have loaded up servants that are proper counters, and I'm just gonna kind of rely on it. I'm actually gonna do that again. Gonna basically use her free quick card there. Calm down, Rasputin. Okay, now we need arts. We don't have Kagatora's upgrade, right? Yeah. Gonna take the free arts chain. You can get Baobon back because she'll be decent against Rasputin. You motherfucker. If he kills, I'm just gonna scuff. That's back-to-back runs. He's done his. Oh, I've only got one tick of charge. Let me charge myself and get even. Yeah, no. Let me charge myself and get even further. Wait, is this DCAD? I thought you only streamed on Twitch. Yes, it is. And no, I'm streaming on Twitch, Kick, Twitter, and Twitch. Wait, did I say Twitch? Well, YouTube. Sorry, that's the one I forgot. The one where you are. Typical Kyrie. Yeah, and watch, I'll do something and now he won't instant charge. Is what it is. Huh? Okay, I guess we're now on JP, but you know what? F it. I need to spend my JP down. Let's go for it. Just reading Steiner. We're now in an alternate timeline. Accidental JP, it happens. I'm doing well tonight. How are you doing, Emperor? I've actually heard this before. Yeah, it's Lucas. Well, we'll be getting her next year. Sorry, who are you talking about? Takaru? Yeah, Takaru's making easy work of this 90 plus for me, or plus plus for me. Um Obviously I have like points like that where I can leave a little bit alive. So I basically just go like, oh, do I have a Takaru chain? If yes, I just let it card out. If no, I just pop a Castoria NP. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Now, chat, if we have time, and if I get stuck on the tower, I shouldn't have popped that there. If we have time and if we get stuck on the tower, I may start the new account with you guys tonight. Because it just depends. Because I'm like right in between. I have a video I want to record tonight. I may have another video for you guys tomorrow, but it just depends. Boom, 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 boom. Ba, ba. I'm gonna make sure because I popped the one skill too early. She should clear this very easy still, but oh shit, you're actually committing? Yeah, yeah, I have no problem with it. Um, how long I continue said account will depend. Like I'm not committing to running 3 accounts permanently, but it is definitely something where I kind of want to show people, hey, this is how it is. Like this is FGO in current year. Okay. Okay, come on, game. There you go. Wee. So what's the Stellar Blade collab actually doing? Like does like how do Nikkei collabs work? Do they just give you a new unit and then there's stuff you got to do for the event or what? I'm at floor 30. Remember you only have to do 10 a day to keep up, so like you're fine. Your goal for today, chat, is floor 20. That's it. If you're trying to like do the bare minimum. Meanwhile, like I said, I'm already on floor 60, so if anything, I'm trying to be bond efficient, but get the event done as fast as I can. As someone that just started a few weeks ago, glad I'm here for this then. Oh yeah, yeah. That's I'm thinking about like this might be something I do on an annual basis. Is like, hey, we start a new account, we play it for a bit, and we show people how it works. And then I ditch the account or give it away, I guess is what I could do. Um and at that point, I just tell people like, here you go. Like this is what the actual authentic game experience is like. And for you newer players, this is what you maybe should be doing. I'm going speed instead of bond. If you go speed, you can actually like again, you could have it already done. So it just depends. I may want to do that. It's an arts card, so odds are she'd still kill, but... Oh, it'll be completely free to play. This is not going to be my first time doing a, like, new account to show people stuff. It's just, I haven't done one in a long time. And the last time I realistically did it was actually for the new player guide stuff, which chat didn't get to see. So it's been a hot minute, but again, it's why, like, it's a useful thing for me to remind me of certain aspects of the game, but it's also a great thing for everybody else, because as I experience this stuff again, I get to talk about it. I get to really kind of hammer home certain points, and then y'all get to, like, see what I'm doing and how I'm going about attacking things, and ask yourself, hey, can I do that? Like, oh, was I doing this wrong the entire time? Because there's definitely things that, like, I don't have to do anymore on my, like, NA or JP accounts, chat. Like, my NA and JP accounts are both made. They are completely solid accounts that have, honestly, my NA account has no weakness. My JP account has very few weaknesses. And it's one of those things where all of a sudden you'll watch me have an account that has no strengths, and you'll get to see how I deal with it. Yeah, I heard they're doing the Nier collab rerun, because I heard Yoko Taro regrets doing the collab with Nikke, because according to him, quote unquote, all of the women that used to cosplay as, like, the characters from Nier now instead switched over to being Nikke cosplayers, and they no longer cosplay his stuff, which is funny. When's the banner of Bima that'll release again on Global? That's a good question. I don't know when Bima's next banner is. Let's see. Hold my breath as I wish for death. Oh, please, God, take me. There it is. Let's see. Destiny campaign. Sovereign's Memoir 2 pre-release summoning campaign. Looks like February of next year. So it's gonna be a hot minute. But yeah, I hope chat understands that when I wrote the new player guide, not only was I writing it from a point of veterancy and experience, but I was also writing it from a point of, I've had several accounts, I've had to go through it, I regularly talk with people, so I understand. That was actually close. That almost didn't kill. I got lucky crit there. But yeah, it's like, I don't just make stuff up and pull it out of my ass. And it's why I straight up, like, gave it my all for that new player guide. I know I haven't been updating it. It's honestly the one issue I have with that new player guide is beyond cumbersome to update. Because everything in it is kind of like both, like, referencing stuff and also simultaneously, like, the spacing and images in a Google Doc are all, like, hard set. So if you start changing things regularly, it gets really freaking annoying. Okay, that was JP. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I have to do these things, because I've already done everything other than the CQ, but maybe the CQ requires the Jet Dragon, and then I have to do it. I don't know. But the CQ will be a different day. We'll save it for when I have literally nothing to do. Hi, CZ. How's it going? He's now at three. You can try to get him, and like if you're gonna do like GSSRs and stuff, you can try to get him out of that. How have you been, bud? What you been up to? This holiday for you? Oh, nice. I was just telling Chad I'm probably gonna be on vacation, uh, early July here, and that should be nice. Okay, back to the quote challenge fight. What was I doing? So he definitely pulled his crap here. I'm gonna go ahead and pop Medusa's stuff. And let's see if he instant charges again. Because if he does, I'll just stun him. Bro literally just got rid of all 3 stacks of her invuln just immediately. No questions asked. I don't trust him. Stunning. Oh, right. She doesn't have the multi-turn arts. Why did I do that? Nope. Wrong target. But yeah, I could kill for some time off at this point. I legitimately need time to just not worry about anything and to not have responsibilities for a bit. It sucks. I hate adulting. I know everyone does, but like I feel exhausted. I feel like I've adulted too long, too hard, and too much. Um she's got the chance to stun him. And I shouldn't do this because of that, but I don't think she will. I'm going to trust that I'm going to fail for once. God damn it. Can't make this shit up, I swear. Okay. Get Beama carded on. Adulting sucks. It does. Oh, it had an outro. Yeah, it's all good. I don't know why. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand you're a content creator, that sort of stuff, right? So it's like you feel the need to do that stuff. But with music, music is like one of the very few categories where it's like, please just don't say anything. Like anything you need to say, put it in the comments. Or do like a one-off video that is not your music. I don't care. Don't put it in the actual music. Okay, Roland, get in here. And that didn't help anything. I'm gonna try to use this for some free charge for Roland. Watch him go like ape shit on Roland now. I don't know if I have to kill Rasputin. I assume I don't because of the like. Oh my god, 5k each. What the? Okay, he didn't go apeshit on Roland. But like it told me it's like, oh, just kill the cooks to win. But I'm like, I just don't trust this. He's a 30% charger. God, stop giving me so many of hers. Fuck it, full send. This is at least going to be a buster card followed by a buster card. And it still didn't do jack shit. Holy crap. This is bad. But I'm definitely glad that I popped his invuln. Oh my god. Oh wait, I had his MP. God damn it. Wow, I could have sworn Roland did more damage than this. I feel like something's off here and I'm not anticipating it. I know his other cards aren't doing a whole lot, but I'm doing a QAB chain chat, which is a mighty chain. And what that in effect means is that this buster card isn't just a buster card in the third slot, it's a buster card that's functionally following a buster card. That is to say, it's pretending like this is actually a buster for lead card purposes. So it's really weird that it's still just kind of like doing jack shit for damage. But Tower Time, yes. Adulting the Dark Souls of living, pretty much. Every year you level up. Unfortunately, I think it's like only until level 25 do you continue to gain stats. After 25, you start to lose them. Although actually, I'd say like you lose them, but it's like I don't know. Maybe it's like your strength and agility go down, but like your int goes up. Your wisdom modifier. More deviant ends. See, I like that the whole time they're basically acknowledging that it's like, yeah, we know that foot fetishes are a thing. My int goes down too. SMH. Please call me when this happens. All of my stats are going down. Chat, what are you doing? Are you not like on your training arc? Are you not trying to get better? You never want to de-level, okay? And remember, if you get to level 40 and you're still a virgin, you officially become a wizard. I'm screwed. I can't become a wizard. I'm sorry. Wasn't it 30? 40 is the new 30. That's level 30? No, 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 chat. Though to be fair, I still wouldn't have qualified. But do you want to be a wizard? That's a good question. I don't think wizard is a choice. Uh, Wait, chat, do you guys still hear the music? Because all I hear is brrrr. Yes? Okay. I think my headset messed up. That's the only issue, is occasionally I'm having issues with the headset where it just like it goes bizarre. It literally just like starts like hyper activating. That being said, I find the Mastimus Crane just stupid. Like, I don't mind her being in the event. I just don't understand why she has to mask herself. All right, we got another artisanal spirit. And we should have unlocked a rest area, finally. Yeah, like, that was the thing I was trying to get. Because when you hit level 50, you lose all of your rest areas. And I'm like, why? Actually, let's see. Another laundry list of enemies, so I have no idea who I need for that. The one I can see is Berserker. Looking at everybody that's compatible that has a cooldown. Let's go ahead and put Scortoria back in there. I was caught off guard by the loss of the original rest areas. I was too. I did not remember that being a thing. Okay. Sure, game. Go with it. I'm only on floor 20 at the moment. That's fine. 20 is all you technically have to have done by today. You have to do 10 floors a day over 20 days instead of 21 days. You have 21 days, but it's like that would get you done. It's not really a good play there because I needed the double arts cards anyways. It was 69, just enough. One of the things I probably need to do is I probably need to put on a charge Mystic code, and I keep not doing it. Actually, is that? Yeah, it is kind of party wide. Haven't had a tower event on JP since this one, right? Nope. Nope. Been a thing. I like. You know what? Honestly, if they want to keep the game's story pacing slower, I think it'd be okay as long as they were actually doing some of the stuff that they kind of set out to do originally, like tower events or grail fronts, right? Like these sorts of things are good events. They're different than the average normal event, and they get people a buzz and talking and like doing different stuff in the game than they normally do. It's not just situation normal, everything's effed up, right? So in that regard, I think they do need to continue to do stuff like this because it keeps the game fresh, but they haven't done it, and I'm not really sure why. Yep. That's Jason there. David's not an Argonaut. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all, chat. Oh, I actually shouldn't have popped that. I was trying to pop his third skill and I popped the second skill instead. Okay, that's really all I can get out of him for now. Uh, Technically, that's my issue there. Nice. I didn't realize Pellic did a cover of this. Pellic's the guy that sings the opening for Skeleton Knight. Not gonna matter. Okay, so let's do that. And then that. Skeleton win a season 2? I don't know. I hope they do a season 2 for it. I actually really like Skeleton Knight. Like it was definitely one of those like overpowered isekai ones, but it was like enjoyable to me. It was different. And again, his opening is definitely part of that. I think people underestimate anime openings sometimes and how much they can make you enjoy a show. Chat, that's what we need. We need an anime opening for stream. Okay. Ruler? Yeah. Let's switch to mages maybe. Right, which VIP or mod would sing it the best? No, I mean I'd find someone to do it professionally if I were gonna do something like that. Had to commission one? Yeah, there you go. I mean, there are some content creators who've done that. Not just like gotten songs made for them, but like actually like, hey, I'm gonna get like entire like music albums made because screw DMCA, I don't want to deal with this. Wait, is his per turn wind up? No. Okay. Wait. 3 times 5 turns for a single enemy. Yuck. Game gave me Jalter and a ruler. I fought was QSH, which was effing hilarious. Wait, what? I'm so confused. You got a ruler that you thought was QSH? Brain power, yes. The game gave me Jalter and the ruler I fought was QSH. Okay. I'm just surprised. I'm kind of surprised Lalter isn't level 90. Grails, my friend. She is on JP, though. My JP has different Grails than my NA. Not entirely. There's definitely a lot of overlap. But don't worry, Lalter will get Grailed one day. I'm not worried about it. Okay, another one. What do I do here? Yeah, I'd rather have you than you. I need a 120 Estrella and double X. Double X is rough for me because of coins. Like, at least Estrella is permanent, but that's not a guarantee either. Hmm. Okay, we at least have 3 of a kind here. Kid Gill that I wanted. I had to think about the order of operations there. Kid Gill's my AoE, so he stands the best chance. When actually playing? Yeah, okay. Uh, and of course, I take your rail and everything's female or non-gendered. Really hope for an early coin upgrade. It'd definitely be nice. I'm not counting on it, but I would certainly like it. Does this event only give you 6 Cs, or can you get more from drops? Yes, you only get 6 Cs. And when I say only, understand that that is one more than any other event ever gives you. Don't make me use the NP. Okay, thank you. I love this version. I don't think I've heard it with that big wind up before. I'm only using at most 4 of these Cs in any moment. Moreover, team cost. Yeah, and because it's only on the units that are equipped to them, I feel like you only need it on the front line. So there may actually be some value in MLBing it in the end. Piece. No, that's still kind of the case, even in cameras in our time. Yep, that's right, Brock. You understand it. You understand that if you tell her that, you will not. You will not exist. Don't you usually dress this way? I don't know. You always look like you're dressed like this. Do things have more interesting footwear changing into those levels automatically? That's funny. Oh no. I feel like chat she's one hand away from absolute cinema. Somebody needs to like Photoshop the left hand and mirror it onto the right hand. Oh god. Oh, she's gonna punch it, isn't she? Hey, hey, thank you for the resub. How's it going, bud? Thank you for the fun streams. Yeah, it's no problem, my dude. Thank you for the 77 months of support. Chat, can we get some love for one of my longest subs? Not even a month and the guy's already part of an event. Honestly, I think that's good. The issue is that they stop doing stuff like that after a while. Okay, another 10 AP. Doing these as they go definitely slows you down, but whatever. Ooh, my muscles will explode is a problem. Oh no. I'll get ladies with my legs. Muscles are also Rome. This could get hairy in a hurry. Mmm. Yikes. Give me the mighty chain. This song? Yeah, this song's great. It's really funny for bonding servants you usually don't use. Yeah, oh yeah. I that's why I'm kind of doing this at this point. Okay, Canis should kill left and right. Well, actually, no, she's probably not gonna kill left. He resisted literally every part of that skill! The defense down and the NPC! Holy shit! That is actually impressive. He's immune? Wait, was he? I'd have to go back and look. No, it was a joke. Okay. I was gonna say. Yeah, it's just Buster Card effectiveness. Come on, Canis. Yes. I was really hoping she would one shot there, so that's good. Actually, I should have popped Lubu's buffs. I don't know why I didn't. He might. Oh, God. He might have killed if I had. Unfortunately for muscles, me am muscle too. Okay, I was gonna say I couldn't remember which skill it was on. All we needed was Sword card. Excellent. That was hairier than that needed to be. That's mostly because I just couldn't finish things off there. But at least we didn't have to deal with Spartacus NP. When in doubt, AoE it out. Not gonna matter really, but whatever. Runs through the Saber Rider opening. This song? This is whatchamacallit. The twinning for Final Fantasy 14. It's hilarious because I know it just by sound. And it is a banger of a song. A lot of Final Fantasy 14's music's actually really good. Is it a long fall? Is this not twinning? Wait. Dungeon's name is twinning. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I'm used to just calling it twinning. Every time I start my Home Depot raid, I see. I mean, I could use a ruler here instead. Damn. Gonna have to go with that. All of my 2 stars and 1 stars are gone, which means I may have to change my CE loadout. Oh, what anime was this from? Was this from that one Zekuin no Tempest or something like that? Zetsuin? Is it Psychopass? Man, I'm off. Go with the free mighty chain there. Set up Martha to NP if she needs to. I always liked Psychopass, but I feel like some of the seasons are better than others. Poor rats. They just got rat attacked. You fool, you've charged her more. I didn't mean that. I panic pressed that because I was going for the 20% charge and then went like, oh shit. Debuff immune's not going to matter. I will heal. And we'll just go with the Oonga Boonga chain. Roadkill? No, you see, that's about to become roadkill. And even the bat is about to become roadkill. Like, people look down on Martha, but Martha with a triple buster chain is just disgustingly good. First season of Psychopaths where Ura Bircher was involved. I mean, it was good. I liked it. Second season was okay, I feel like. Um, third season, I think I liked better than second season, if I remember correctly. Oh man, we are really scraping the barrel here. Street Fighter Middle Age. Ah, yes. Steve's Lava Chicken Elevator. Are we just saying words? How do I want to attack this? Let's try to kill the lesser health one by carding some. And we're not going to, but the idea behind it is just go with that. Oh, Martha being a brawler, but okay, I got you. Sorry, I had like no idea what you were talking about. I was like, why is he bringing up Street Fighter all of a sudden? Like, that's just weird. I don't like any of those carding options. That taunt wrecked my capability. All the welfares from Evo Fest are really helping out this event, as they should. Okay. That's what I was trying to remember, is which skill had it. God, I thought he was going to fail to kill. And I was about to get really angry at Fergus. Okay, a chat. I'm going to politely ask Artoria to go away. Also to give me a feet pick. It is what it is. Now, because I asked for a feet pic, she said no at first. So, chat, this is going to require advanced, advanced tactics. So I'm going to offer her a free snack. And normally she's pretty nice and she'll just agree. But she won't agree if we say things like that. She's not into cads, degen fetishes? No, it's not my fetish, that's for sure. Ooh. I like the exciting on Gawain's. Ask her to step on you instead and sneak a photo in. I feel like that would be my death. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There is nobody that the game can fit in for that fifth slot, or that sixth slot. So it had to pull it back. Which means we are officially running out of people, which is good. This is actually going to be the first time that I really have. I've not pushed myself to my limit on any of these. Okay, so let's do that. Then let's do that. And of course, 98%, because why not? So then let's do that. And then boom. Dead or a Lime sounds like a great game, perhaps. Yeah, see, you can choose to go until you have literally nobody left, or you can just say, hey, I'm just going to kind of keep on until it starts getting rough. So here we go. This should be floor the 70? The feet of those who relax. Which means this is going to be another challenge fight, chat. Yeah, I don't blame that one getting skipped. Of a toast. Oh, tornado dance of delight. Listen, I can't, Jay. Deal with it. Oh, they're all camping. Oh my god. They're fighting over Master. been a hot second, I feel like, since Kiyohime had any attention. And now it's a war. All of you knock it off. Dead by Daylight understanding of it? Yes. Why not just let one of you go to sleep and take turns? Oh god, this song. Lick it, lie on it, or do you know who knows what else with it as far as I'm concerned. It's current song, Shadow. This is a dumb word, the music doesn't help. No, it's great. Oh my god. Mike's, thank you for the follow. Welcome. For Senpai's peace and quiet. Hmm. So it's definitely I'm fighting the girls that are in the room. Miyazaki, Hideo Kojima, and Tarantino definitely approved this event. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they probably did. Hmm. Actually, could I get away with. I could. The issue is that there's four of them, so the question is who's the one on the back line? And that I'm not sure. That's the only 3-star I have left. Is Go a dude? No, technically. More to it than that. There aren't any male servants really that do. Hmm. Think we take a spare turn here. Not even Astolfo or Doman? No. Astolfo definitely teases Master from time to time, but I think that's really it. I've never heard this song before. Doman final card art is naked. I mean, he's not the only male that has naked card art. Okay, King Proteus. There you go. Roland smiles, right? They dug deep for you? I don't know. You don't have to dig that deep. Kyo is actually probably the problem here for me. Okay, never mind. Evasion's kind of annoying, actually. Nobody with a brave chain. We're gonna get 3 there. We'll do it like that. And hopefully that's enough to kill. It'll depend. Kyo might actually live. Oh wow, they both did. That was unexpected. There we go. Go with the Brave Chain. Hopefully we mop up Van Gogh, but like I said, Kyo's the one you don't really want Kyo to get an NP off or you're gonna get roasted. It's ironic because in the player's hands, Van Gogh is far more of a threat. But in the enemy's hands, Van Gogh is actually like the least problematic. Because Van Gogh's not going to sit there and loop on you. Knights of Charlemagne tend to be naked? I mean, maybe. Okay. Hopefully that kicked them out of the room. I like how my tactic was bring King Protea into the room. The literal elephant in the room. Yeah, Wu wasn't totally just trying to monopolize everything. Anything but that. They're French except for Astolfo. It's always funny when people think that Astolfo's French, and I'm like, no. Reach floor 49, some fireman horns for Medusa? Yeah, you definitely can. Like I said, you're kind of gated by the exhaustion mechanic to a degree. Like I'm amazed I've actually managed to push this far, given like that I'm running 6 slot. Like I figured party cost would have affected me far more by now. This is also like this is the first time we've seen Midrash in a long time. She's one of those ones where I actually wish they would bring her back more. Oh my god. They just keep going. I would have just locked them out. Thank you for the 59 mechanicals. Couldn't find your shoes, but I got you a neat box. I see. I'm actually surprised how much exposition they're giving Medusa Saber in this event. Like, she's clearly the focus. With that, I think we have 5 copies of it. Master's My Room has been added to the rest. My only son. Yoink. Since I can solo just about anything with Bunny, may as well put her in there. Popping on break from work. Hope stream's going well. It is. Okay. Now, I love how we've spent all this time and my AP is still at 109. Like, kind of ridiculous if you ask me, but that's just the way this one goes. Chat. I wanted to work with you guys on a little bit of a guide for the grand system for JP. Someone brought this up a couple weeks back, and I think it's a good idea of like, what if we put together a list of units that would work really well for the Berserker grand system? Because it's going to be a thing in the next week or two here on JP, where all of a sudden we're kind of in this scenario where we've probably got to do another one of those like raid style battles, but we're going to have to use only Berserkers. And that's going to get a little spicy, I think. Now, obviously, you can do things like one-shotting, like trying to just load up a bunch of single targets, but who knows if the raid's going to be the same. Not really sure in that regard. So obviously you've got units like Kentucky that are definitely going to have 50% charge and stuff like that, and that's going to really, really help his capability and firepower. But you're going to kind of have to run people with like it, you know, even in his case, probably like a 50% C. You're not going to be using Black Grail as much anymore because it's not going to be as doable unless you're somebody that goes for the 50% charge in place of the Bonsi effect, which may be the value there. So Kentucky might actually be somebody that can do Black Grail, as opposed to maybe some of the others, like, say, Herc, who, if you go with his Bonsi effect, he's not going to be able to, like, actually fire off an NP anytime soon within the battle. Now, that may or may not be an issue for some people, but who knows? So, looking at this kind of objectively speaking, I think we can definitely single out Nightingale as somebody that at least has supportive capability in the Berserker class. Penth is not bad. Bunyan can definitely do a little bit of setup. And this really is going to depend on how things roll in that regard. Nobu Zerker could also be potentially good, but there's no charge there. So, and that's going to be the big problem. When you're only using Berserkers, you don't really have charge support. And that's going to kind of make or break people depending on the Cs that they have. Berserker's definitely solid. Ugh. She's single target. She's got charge. Salome might be another one. Brynhilde Berserker has a couple of capabilities. Morgan. Okay, so with that, I think Let's order these. Yeah, in retrospect, I mean, it's anti-lawful good, right? But the charge here is 7 turns, so I don't know that Salome is a good option. Yeah, it's raining outside. Yeah, let me go pull her up again as well. God, the question is, who do we think the Grand Berserker is going to be? Because that can actually influence things. I'm hoping for her. I wouldn't, because if you fail to one shot that, good luck. He actually was it. Just to clear up confusion for chat, who you want to be chosen and who actually is chosen, neither your desire nor the actual choice of the devs has any bearing or impact on who is actually the Grand Berserker. And we know this because they stated as such. The choice for who they made for Grand Saber literally had no lore bearing whatsoever. So don't expect that the Berserker one will either. Lohi's going to be really good for this. Saber's man trait, so I'd guess Earth Sky this time. It's difficult to like pick, right? That's kind of why I'm just gonna go with like a wide variety of people that I think have interesting capability. So on G my goat, yeah. Okay. Let's record chat. Did they actually give us the announcement? I feel like they did. Did they not tell us? Did I not open Creamhill? Didn't. Weird. Goodbye, dragon. Or goodbye, Beowulf. Chat, am I taking crazy pills? Or did JP not tell us that the Berserker thing was coming? Yeah, it's on the 20th. Okay. No, 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 chat. It's too late. You don't get to respond now and be like, oh, yeah, 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 Cad. I asked like 3 times. You're too slow now. Part of a quick MP up. Yeah, I mean, I have Sonoriku open. I'm gonna change my other pages here. Okay. This one will not have a black background, okayist. Unless you really want it to, but I figured we could just do this one as is. This one may be an editing light one. If you're cool with the page, I'm completely fine. Yeah. All right. Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I wanted to talk to you about JP. JP is going to have the new Grand System installment coming in here on the 20th of this month for Berserkers. Now, Berserkers are definitely an interesting class. Everybody's got their favorites, but let's talk a little bit about the actual farming of the Grand Berserker materials. Now, technically, we don't know what the next raid style of farming would look like on JP. It might be an AoE battle as opposed to a single target one. But I think if we go based off of the way things worked for the first one, we can extrapolate the idea that they'll probably do something similar. So with that in mind, I thought it'd be a good idea to talk about what Berserkers would actually serve that purpose and be really good for you to kind of think of and use in your party compositions for taking down that fight. And that's going to be something that I think is going to cause people a little bit of trouble, because Berserkers are not the best class known for their supportive capabilities. They're definitely really high offense, and that is absolutely to their benefit, but that is a double-edged sword in the case of Berserker on Berserker violence, so that's going to be something to pay attention to. It'll be very curious to see how the devs do things this time around, but since we know it's coming on the 20th here, it's best to get prepared as soon as possible. Now again, there are a ton of Berserkers out there in the game, but we're going to start with a couple that we think can actually help you out. So to begin with, Nightingale is going to be an obvious choice from a supportive standpoint. That is to say, Nightingale has at least the capability of buffing units. The problem that you're going to really have when you're going for using your Berserkers is that there's just not a lot of Berserkers that have any sort of charge support for you. There's obviously Berserkers that have charge for themselves, but nobody that has it for, again, really the party necessarily, though we do have one or two exceptions. And that's something to pay attention to. But again, she's at least going to have debuff immunity. She's going to have extra damage herself versus humanoids, but she doesn't have an offensive NP. And she does at least have the ability to buff a ally's buster attack performance. That's going to be really good for her. Similarly, someone like Penth might also do a lot of work for you. Depending on who they choose for the Grand Berserker for this time around, which again, it does not have any lore bearing whatsoever for who they choose. The devs have said that before. Something you guys should understand is that, like, Penth may actually be a really, really strong unit in these types of scenarios. Maybe not necessarily for one-shotting. There's a little bit of wind-up, but she does at least have some buffing capability. Now, obviously, Penth is, like a lot of other Berserkers, triple buster, and she's anti-Greek male, but she does have the ability to increase the party's attack and buster performance for 3 turns. So that can really, really help you out. And at least she herself does get NP charge per turn to the tune of 20% if you have that skill Lord. So she could be another decent supportive character for you. Paul Bunyan is going to be another welfare style character that can also end up buffing the party. Bunyan at least has the party's buster buff there, can heal at least a little bit, though admittedly anemic HP on Bunyan, so be careful. But also the ability to reduce the enemy's defense for 3 turns. You can use this to get a little bit more firepower out of her. Brynhildr can be another one here that definitely Summer Bren is not going to be one that everyone's going to have, but she is an AoE one. She does, similar to Penth, have NP charge per turn. She can eventually get herself to an NP, but she also has the ability to increase the performance of other Berserkers that have the Loved One trait, which if you guys pop that open, this is, again, the Brynhildr's beloved aspect. So you guys can see other Berserkers here that she could potentially work well with, including, in particularly, Kentoki and Vlad, both of which you have charge on their own. So maybe combining something in there could be really good, and even Sojiro, who we'll talk about here in a minute. Next up here is actually going to be Lohi. Lohi is, as everybody kind of knows, ever since she came out, she's been a really, really solid berserker. She's AoE, she's got 80% charge, but she's also going to be one of the few that actually has party charge. This is going to be super valuable to you if you are finding yourself really, really short on charge to get your berserkers to be able to like one turn the stuff that you're trying to take out. So this can really help you as you're starting to get up into those higher rarity of difficulty nodes for trying to one-shot it, as Lohi might be able to either take out a swath of enemies should the situation call for it, or just plain charge the party to help out, which is something that the berserker class is really going to be lacking. Same deal, Morgan Le Fay, also another decent AoE. She's obviously anti-man, and that can definitely work for her. But she does at least have her own 50% charge potential. But also, you could instead say, hey, I'm going to get 30% charge from her, maybe get another 20% from her mana loading, and then instead put her second skill on somebody else to give them 20% charge. So again, she's AoE, so maybe not the most ideal set of circumstances depending on what the raid is, but you do at least have the ability to have a targeted charge skill with Morgan. Same thing with Castoria Berserker, aka Zertoria as I like to call her. She's also going to have a lot of charge potential on her own, up to 70% here, but she's also going to end up having the capability of charging one ally's gauge by 20%. So that can really work for them and allow them, similar to how you were using it with Morgan, to be able to maybe charge somebody else up besides just her, as she might not need it, since again, her own first skill is 50% for herself. And again, she's going to be a really, really solid one if we're just talking about niches, because Castoria Berserker is anti-threat to humanity should in a situation call for it, but I doubt it here. But she would at least be chaotic, anti-chaotic alignment, anti-divine, depending on who's chosen. That could be really, really useful niches for Castoria Berserker. Another interesting one here, and the next two are actually going to be welfare style of units, is Jerker here, aka John Alter Berserker. She's not got any supportive capability now as we're looking at this, but she does at least have 20% charge for herself, and she is free. So she's one of those units that almost everybody can have and utilize effectively for being able to take out the enemy that we're facing. And again, she has still got a really, really strong NP, especially if you have all of her copies. Similarly here, we can also look at basically Sojiro, aka Sono G. He is a fantastic support, or not support, welfare, in the sense that he can also basically charge himself. So remember one of the gimmicks, and this is going to kind of apply to all the berserkers, as again, we denoted at the beginning of the video that charge is a valuable commodity to the berserkers. One of the things that you can do is, if you have them at bond 10, you can just go ahead and say, you know what, I don't want their bond CE effect, I would rather have 50% charge. And that's going to be really valuable for any of the other berserkers out there to kind of get them to that Noble Phantasm faster. Otherwise, you're going to be having to start them with a charge CE in order to get them up there, which is definitely going to cut into their damage output, as opposed to using something like a Black Grail, or again, a like any other CE that could just get them more offense than a 50% charging CE could. So as we look at Sono G, one of the big things that he obviously has, he can buff himself, he can buff his card values, but as you guys can denote here, he can multiply the value of his NP gauge. So depending on whatever his starting value is, he can basically double that amount if you have this skill Lord. So if you start him at 50%, he can immediately double it. He's at 100% charge. And on top of that, Sono G, whenever he fires off his Noble Phantasm, will kill himself. So you can actually use this to your advantage if you know you can't one-shot. You can maybe have Sono G fire off an NP early, then have him basically come in from the back line, or have him die and have him rotate someone in from the back line in order to be able to actually kind of get another offensive unit into the rotation to help you take out the boss. Now, from here on out, still no supportive capabilities, but now we can talk about some other decent options for people that could just be strong against the upcoming grand fight. Lilith, obviously very new on JP. She's a 50% charging unit there in that regard, having, again, some really, really nice capability. Also, 3 turns of attack up, ignore invincibility, so you're not going to be too worried about anything that the enemy can throw at you. But she's also going to be anti-lawful and anti-good, which is definitely going to be really, really valuable for her. And she can also change the enemy to chaotic or evil. So you could use this as somebody like maybe use Lilith into Castoria Berserker, and that can actually set up the enemy to be chaotic for Castoria Berserker. So there's a lot of stuff you guys can do to kind of set yourself up for success and make units hit harder. Same deal, she's going to get that super effective against charm status, so as long as the enemy isn't immune to that or highly resistant, you can definitely count on that for some extra damage. Kentoki's going to be another 50% charging Berserker, so there you go. If you have him granted, you start him out with that 50% CE, or at least the 50% effect instead of the Bond CE effect. He's definitely going to be another one that can do some really, really solid work for you. His biggest issue is going to be the 1-turn attack up, so be careful with that, but he's definitely going to be a solid option. Creamhill's also going to be another 50% charger. She's also anti-dragon, should somehow the enemy choice actually have that. So that is another sort of food for thought there. She can also remove the enemy's defensive buffs should the situation allow for it. But again, I'm going to bet that that will not actually come into play. Vlad the Third here is also going to be a 30% charging Berserker, which if you have his mana loading append unlocked would bring him to 50%. So he could be another viable option for people. And as we start to look down the list here, assuming there's maybe an AoE situation at play, Arjuna Altar and Ibuki Doji, both of them can have quite a bit of charging capacity. Same thing with Sinnoh Rikyu. Basically kind of one for each card type there for an AoE Berserker that at least has charge. Again, but that's going to depend on the makeup of the node and what we're facing. Also, just kind of honorable mentions here. Oda Nobunaga, really great against anti-divine stuff. And again, Mysterious Heroine X Alter is also going to be anti-good and not the anti-saber. That's not going to matter. But again, at least has quite a bit of upgrades in her kit, though neither of them will have charge. So getting them to fire off their NP the first time, definitely going to be a little bit rougher. So again, let me know with who you guys are going to potentially go with and who is going to be your grand for the Berserker Grand system. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Again, I hope you guys found this informative and helpful if you're maybe struggling to come up with compositions for it. So, again, good luck and happy hunting. And I'll see you guys for the next one. There you go. I don't know why the capture card cut out there at one point, but it did. Washija, yes. Also, my voice is beginning to go, I noticed. JP Raiko, she's my go-to. I thought about including Raiko. Raiko at least has the 30% charge, so she's definitely a potential option, but she didn't have the supportive capabilities, so she would have been an honorable mention to a degree, right? And I felt like saying, like, hey, you know, I don't want to recommend literally everybody in this class, but the ones that I tried to recommend are ones that are like, hey, these actually have standout features. So this time I could totally use Subway Surfers TikTok background gameplay, right? I assume that's background and not Black Grail, because that's terrifying. Say is nice for crit. Yeah, critting may be a viable option, depending. Like, we're dealing with all Berserkers, so it's not like your crit stars are going anywhere else. My grand will be Zerktoria. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people's will be. A lot of people's probably going to be like Lilith, Zerktoria, Ibuki, Musashi, Arjuna Altar, Jerker, MHXA, Raiko, who Herc, maybe some Toki Bros. What's consensus on Lilith? Lilith's really good. Like, I would say if you're looking at single targets, there is some parity here. If you put a gun to my head, like removing Saberface Bice, if you put a gun to my head, I'd rather have Castoria Berserker just because of what the kit can do. But Lilith definitely has solid damage capability. And to be honest, like I was saying during the video, they're not mutually exclusive. So like you can literally use Lilith to set up Castoria Berserker even harder. Most people will not have her bond 10 by then, no? Yeah, you're not wrong. Is what it is. Oh, did I not say Morgan? Yeah, Morgan's definitely going to be one for a lot of people. That media already has their Zerk pull out. Yeah. And keep in mind, okay, because I saw people the first time around where they're like, oh, this is the most picked Berserker. I'm like, no, just because that media ran a poll does not mean that's the most picked Berserker. Not by far. Sorry, people were saying it with Saber, not Berserker, but you guys get the drift. Do, 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 do. Also, chat. I just want to say, I think doing the tower event, because I thought about this. It's like people were calling like Lartoria the worst SSR in the game. And that just like it still to this day bothered me because I just absolutely don't think about it in that regard. But I'm like, man, if I really had to make a choice, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really actually think Minamoto no Tametomo is in the worst possible position you can be in. Like literally. I legitimately think that his damage is that bad that you can outpace him with just about anybody else. Oh, I forgot he exists? Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say. So it's like, I don't understand people doing that other than it's just people trying to be malicious. And to be honest, I think he could definitely use an upgrade and not just in the damage department. His kit's clunky. His kit has issues. Not enough Medusa Saber. She was great to down Musashi when you wanted to one shot. Oh, my go-tos were Sedusa, Benny, Okita. These three were by far the most consistent options that I would take. By far. There was nobody else that was as consistent as these three. Now, obviously, they're all single target, right? But like, is what it is. And Musashi? No, I didn't have a consistent Musashi. Because the issue that you had with Musashi was having enough like charge usually. Like, not gonna say that Musashi couldn't do good damage. She could. Just that like I could not make it consistent. The ones I always took one shot. I guess you could get her enough charge. I don't know. I just didn't take her very often, I think was my issue. Why do we have pubs music? What do you mean? Like, why is the current song playing? Because it's part of my playlist. Deal with it. I have nothing else I can say other than that. Publicity music? Are you saying this just because it's been used in commercials before? And yeah, if you guys don't like it, you guys can always song request. Or you could song skip. That's also a possibility. But yeah, I thought that was a decent video to make given what we know is coming. It was an easy one too. Next month, Lancer will be the Grand Duel. I wouldn't be surprised if people go with Mellison for Grand Lancer. Oh my god! Someone would choose Mellison for Grand Lancer? No way! Yeah, Mellison will definitely be the most chosen. I don't even think there's any contest in my mind. And I will say some of that will be because people actually like Mellison. A bunch of that will also just be because people are gameplay fanatics. Benkei Grand Lancer, fight me, do it. Do it. If you Grand Lancer Benkei and you're someone that's on my friends list, I will definitely take your Grand Lancer at least once. At least once. Ryoma or Burrito Mart for me. Listen, go for it. Chat, don't think just because everybody is like doing one thing that you have to do it too. Be different. Be bold. Like don't be the oh my god, I'm so totally unique, and then like it pans out and you see like 1 million copies of you, right? Go with whoever you like best. You can always change it. Or vice versa. Go with whoever gets you through it the best and then change it to whoever you want. Insert Buzz Lightyear meme. Exactly. I think that's enough of the tower for tonight. 2 hours of half cost AP. I've done all my rank ups. I've done all my advanced quests. I don't really care about that. That's just a Spirit Origin release, so that's not a problem. I literally just need to do my FP summons. And I apparently need to complete an Ember Gather. Fine. We'll roll for Lartrace so she can provide 50% NP damage up to Mellison. There you go. Mary Grand Lancer would be super based. I would love to see that, honestly. At least, like, for a low star unit, Mary's not bad either. Like, she actually has a pretty complete kit. Okay, chat, we're back to publicity music. Grand Lancer Leonidas. I mean, you could definitely do Leonidas, right? Like that's what I'm trying to say, chat, is pick whoever the heck you want. Like pick who you would grail. Okay? That to me is the like basis for your grand candidacy. You think we'll have a cost limit for grand battles? What do you mean? Oh, like party cost? Um, I don't know, honestly. Like, I suspect they'll still limit it. Like, I would not count on them removing certain limitations. I think that's a easy way to get yourself into trouble when making assumptions. Like, it's an interesting idea to think about, but I would just assume like the grand, whatever grand battle is approaching, you will be heavily incentivized to use all of your grands in it. And that may be the case is you may only be able to use your grands. So it may not even be that party cost is a factor. It may simply be this is all you can do. I think top 3 picks for Grand Lancer will be Shisho, Erish, and Mel. No, I don't think Shisho will be there. I love Shisho. Everybody loves Shisho. Shisho is almost nobody's first choice, and I think that sucks. I really do. I really do. Like, I don't know why that is the case, but it's always been the case. Wait, what am I doing? Let's go. Got the Pilgrimage Festival stuff done. That's less I have to do with that. You know what? Screw it. Let's go. Let's go do my FP. Oh my god, I hit the wrong button. Go do my FP rolls here, chat. Oh, what's that? Oh no. Oh no. Really? Shisho's the only Lancer I grailed? Good for you. But no, like that's something I've noticed is there's like if you ask anybody, Shisho has a really favorable opinion. Everybody loves her. Very few people devotedly so. And you know what? Why not? And if anyone want to grand more than Shisho, that's fine. That's fine. Chat, you guys are the exception to what I'm saying. If like all of a sudden you're finding offense at what I'm saying, you're the exception, not the rule. Because I've sadly noticed that over time. Does Caster Shisho count? No. For this purpose, no. I feel like the server has a lot of Shisho fans. Probably. I've always been a like decent Shisho fan myself. So I definitely have had at least some influence on that. Plus, there were periods in time where FGO did have content creators that were big Shisho fans. They've almost all gone away, so I suspect I've at least like probably scooped up some of the like remnant of those fans. If that makes any sense. Not quite can. I don't love Shisho. You are the exception, not the rule. Did you notice how like you're the only person? Like chat, I got basically added by three people making this statement. Two people that are like, but I like Shisho, and one person that's like, but I don't like Shisho. The fact that nobody else said anything kind of proves my point. Like I'm dead serious. It's like literally almost everybody I think does agree with that. It's you guys are the exception. And it's fine. I'm not trying to like make you seem like you're like somehow like some second class citizen or something like that. Just that you guys need to understand what I'm trying to say is this statement that I'm making is generalistically true. It's just a physical attraction, so you like Shisho. I just don't have her on my main account to use more. Yep. Uh, that's a dangerous page to be on. Oh, come on. There we go. Finish her off to 50 there. I really thought you were talking about me specifically. No. Unless I say someone's name, Chad, I'm never talking about one of you specifically. I had a hard time summoning Shisho as well. The issue with Shisho is usually that she, in the past, historically had like come on like Thanksgiving banners a lot, and usually people either don't want to roll then or don't have the currency then. Nope. Right back you go. Staying in first form, lady. Because your first form is your best form. Oh, yes, Turkey. Yep. Only character I dislike is Fion, because fuck him. I don't hate Fion. I feel like the more over the years I've gotten to know Fion, the less like my hatred towards Fion is more towards the design of his kit than anything else. And that's largely been dealt with, so. Like for extension, because it looks like Mori Calliope. Yeah, a lot of people said that. Honestly, I just in general think it's like chic and looks cool. I wish the first Ascension was how the second and third looked to a degree. I wish that was the theme they went with. But sadly they didn't. Is this RimWorld? Yes, it is. God, I recognized it. The Inmate event fixed my bad first impression of Fion. Yeah. What single target saber do you recommend for Destiny order? That kind of depends on like what you have. Because like, I mean, supportive wise, you can definitely pick up like near a bride. Bride's just a good all arounder. But there's definitely also better like single targets than bride. So it really just depends on what you're trying to do and who you have. I think my biggest issue with the second and third ascension for Medusa is they're too white. Like they kind of blend, and it feels like it needs some contrast somewhere in the outfit. Okay. Let me see if I can showcase it. Oh, I don't have her in the party right now, do I? Go back and let's find her. So, like, you see how down here there's contrast? This is good. You see how over here there's different color schemes? This is good. It's this that I don't like. Like, it feels like she needed a different color belt and she needed some kind of pattern on this to break up the monotony of it. It doesn't have to be like super elaborate. Like, I'm not saying we need like a Genshin-esque or like MiHoYo style design where it's got tchotchkes everywhere. But I feel like they maybe could have gotten away with just a different color scheme here, and everything would have been better in my eyes. If that makes any sense as to why I'm saying that. You're going for Bride for Destiny Order since I don't have her still? Yeah. The people hated Fionn because he keeps spooking people whenever they roll for Blonde Waifu Lancer? Yes. I mean, like, over the years, chat, there are reasons that people hate characters that have nothing to do with the actual character. It has nothing to do with their kit. It has nothing to do with their personality. It has everything to do with pure gotcha RNG and people being upsetty spaghetti. And it is what it is. Yeah, I think my point, Cag, is that I don't really care about the lore. I'm talking about design. Like aesthetics is why I'm saying like that needs to be broken up. It's fine that it's white. It just it's all white and it needs to be like, hey, do something else with it. People learn to hate seeing his face. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, that's not the only servant that people have felt that way over the years. So, like, there are people that, and I, thank God, chat. I'm dead serious. Y'all, a lot of y'all were not around for the dark ages of FGO. What do I mean? The ages where, because like I don't have to do this anymore, but the ages where I had to convince people not to burn units out of pure spite. People actually would just go around, oh, this unit pissed me off, I'ma burn them. That shit was just stupid. I'm still willing to burn Doman out of Spite Cat. Yeah, I completely disagree with it. I think y'all are insane. And like I said, to me nowadays, that's not even disputed. It never comes up anymore. Nobody ever talks about it because it's just understood you don't burn a unit. You're just shooting yourself in the foot. The gotcha is bad enough as is. Don't get rid of a resource that you spent your currency on. Wasn't there a time in the Dark Ages where people really disliked Welfare Sieg from Fate Apocrypha? No, that's still true. To be fair, Sieg and FGO is way better, so I don't feel like most people really do feel that way about him here. But people still hate Sieg because Sieg and Apocrypha is literally cardboard, which is where the nickname for him comes from. Anniversary dinner? Nice. Congrats. Oh, yeah, no, after NP5 is fine. Did anyone do that for limited SSRs? Yes. Yes. Hey, there's Avalon. Because she stole Medea's only chance at story presence. So let me get this right. Individual, we're going to use I for this. Individual. Okay. Individual decides they are going to burn character because Dev decided not to give their favorite any attention. Checks out. But like I said, I almost never see that stuff anymore. I think the community's gotten a lot better about it. I think in general, there's a lot of things that are now accepted as almost like dogma, like where it's like, okay, this is just the way things are, and everyone does it that way. That thankfully, I don't have to like sit down and really like teach people as to like why you shouldn't do it. Which is the entire reason why I'm not getting in an argument with Chad about this. People can say they're going to do that stuff, but it's like, I don't care. Not going to do it. Because at this point, if you truly believe that, it's not worth my time. It's almost like another generation of gacha players came about. No. Nope, that has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. This is not a generational thing. This is a veterancy thing. This is a solved game thing. I will say, rather than it being generational, if anything, it's more of a personality issue. And what I mean when I mean that is there are some individuals, like I wrote on screen there earlier, that naturally have self-sabotaging ways to play a game. And it is Darwinism at its finest. They will literally weed themselves out. I've learned this time and time again. Like, it's why chat, and I don't say this to be like some toxic person or anything like that, but every once in a while I get somebody in chat that goes, and it's usually a newer person, right? Because I feel like most of you guys that have been here a long time know how I feel about this stuff. But it's like, I'll get somebody that'll come into chat and they'll say, if I don't get X, I will quit. And I always tell them, save yourself the time, save yourself the pain. Quit now. And then I explained to them why that's the case. And I said, if this is the way you're going to think, the game will never please you. You will literally find, like, even if you get the character you want, you will still do this again on the next character. And you will just keep going and saying, if I don't get this, I'm a quit. If I don't get this, I'm a quit. If I don't get this, I'm a quit. And it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. You will eventually quit the game. This is a mentality issue more than anything. And that's why I'll usually tell people, it's like, either fix your mentality or just save yourself all of the like anxiety and annoyance and just do yourself that favor and quit now, right? Like, it's better for you to stay and learn to like understand the way the game works. But if this is truly how you feel, then maybe it's a good thing for all parties involved if you do, right? Because it's like, it'll be better for you and your mentality, and it'll be better for the entire community not having to listen to you. But at the end of the day, I've also said the surest way to make sure you don't get a unit is to quit the game. So if you go and you roll in the gacha and you don't get the character you want, and then you quit, well, you're never getting it then. And what I've noticed too over time with FGO, there's a ton of people that like leave FGO and then come back. And if you're one of those people, especially chat, if you're one of those people, you can tell me how much you probably regret ever quitting in the first place. Because once you quit in the first place, there's so much crap you missed out on. And you're now like coming from behind. And you're having to try to get like new stuff that you missed. But again, it's like, if you just stick it out, yeah, you didn't get the unit, but guess what? There's another banner. There will always be another banner. Wording, CAD? What? What, did I say something inappropriate? I just noticed today's artwork. What, the king is striking a kingly pose. What's wrong with that? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Jordan? Yes. Yes. Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. Coming from behind part? Oh, I mean, always got to come from behind, man. How's it going, Fearless? I really regret that I didn't start playing before. Now I have BB welfare with 0 coins, except the bond ones. Is what it is. And yeah, that's one, she doesn't have it yet. That was a weird one. I will quit if I don't get me con. Oh, it's happened several times over the years. But yeah, it's like, chat, I can't tell you how many times, either early in my account's history or on my JP account that was run free to play, that I didn't get the unit that I wanted. And I had to punt and I had to wait. It is what it is. It sucks, but there will always be another time. All right, chat, LD player, help me out. What am I doing here? Oh, gee, I wonder if we're getting Nikke. Banner? Age of Ashes, Dark Nuns. Some of these games, man. I customized mine to get rid of all the adware. Hey, yeah, how do I do that? Hit system apps? I don't know what button you're asking me to press. Top left icon straight down from the clock. Yep. Have you launched played any of these games ads? No. Play Store? Please tell me I'm not going to have to make an account, chat. Yeah, if you could, Avalon. Download Aurora Store? What is Aurora Store? And how do I get that? Okay, what am I doing with this? Can I just download the whole thing? Release folder? Okay. I assume the most recent APK. All right, then what? Do I gotta like import it over here? Yep. Then anonymous? Wait, what do you mean? Click on finish first? I mean, I'm not gonna care either way, Hex. Should give you an anonymous option here. This is from Tetsuan no Birdie anime. To me, it looks like this. Oops, you are rate limited. Do you have an older edition? I don't know. I think you get FGO from the LD store. God damn. All right, chat. NA or JP? Wait, which one is this? This looks like JP. NA helps new players. All right, you're not wrong. Chat, you're getting foiled at every turn. The problem with this is I have to create a dummy account for something like this. Can you restart and check Aurora again? Yeah, I can try. Yeah, people are saying when this happens, it's just a server issue. Does anyone have a workaround? Maybe you need to exit something? Well, I'm wondering if it's like a settings issue. This is LD player. Is there any reason you don't want to make a dummy Gmail account? Yeah, because I'd have to make one every time I wanted to do this. So I'm looking for a more permanent solution. APK Pure? Okay. Download XAPK. Dude, I like how it just randomly installs a game. My computer blocked it. So is it the X APK is what I needed to download? Yeah. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to get used to clicking. I saw the download button on the screen. I immediately went to my phone and went, wait a minute, that's not my phone. I go to the setting first. You can set the stuff higher. Yeah. Unless you mean like the setting for LD player. Like, are you talking about over here? Wait, will that do stuff in the background? Yes, it looks like it will. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about here? Top bar? The blue ribbon. You talking about this settings or display frame rate? Wait, no. Okay, never mind. I don't even see the frame rate. Oh, okay, it's over here. Yeah, this is not fast. And my internet's not particularly fast either. It's actually something I'm going to be looking into here. I'm like livid with my ISP because I need a new router. I need literally better internet service than I'm currently getting and paying for. And they're charging me an arm and a leg. The rates went up, and my service has only gone down. So I'm getting to the point where it's like, yeah, it's definitely gonna be something I'm gonna be handling here and try to get handled during my probably my vacation break. Typical ISP experience. Yep. You can buy new? I'd rather let them deal with it. All right. Welcome to the FGO experience chat. Staring at a black screen. I should be able to restart now, right? And I won't have to re-download that. I haven't seen the screen in such a long time. What's the matter, chat? It's good, right? EK is calling you Cad? Nah. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I think the Nikke characters are interesting design. I don't like the gameplay of Nikke at all. Ah, yes, please select your country of residence. Chat, where should we be from? Ah, I know. The United States. Yep, sure. I agree to everything. Taco Bell. No, Taco Bell isn't a country, it's hell. Yeah, again, chat, you guys, people have wanted me to do this for a while. I've said, hey, you know what, I'll do it. But I really, really wanted to give you guys a kind of like authentic starter experience. Now, I am not going to read the story. Okay, that would take us way too damn long. I'm sure some people would want to, but it is what it is. Pressing F11 will do it. Thank you. There you go, chat. See, it's totally not an emulator. Oh god, that looks so smooth. Now, you always start out with the tutorial. The tutorial literally does not matter. You're pretty much forced to do things regardless. I actually should have done... I actually didn't pick the completely optimal composition there. Arash should have been the second card, but it is what it is. You gotta wait through this. This is FGO's version of the tutorial. It's utterly terrible. It never explains anything. Basically, command cards are, again, as you guys can see, it's giving you the little tidbits like, okay, 5 cards are randomly distributed each turn from a pool of up to 15, because again, each character has 5 cards. There are 3 characters on the screen at any given time, usually, so 15. Technically, you can have only 2 characters, and it could be a pool of 10 instead. So that's also something that can be done. Oh, look, now they're telling us to choose 3 cards from the same character, which is a Brave Chain, which then means you get an extra attack afterwards. That's also another thing. There's a lot at play with carding. Carding is actually one of the game's easiest and also simultaneously most complex mechanics. Even I get carding wrong from now and then, mostly because I'm trying to go fast for the purposes of stream. But if I actually sit down and think about it, I'm actually really good. The cards with effective are displayed that can deal heavy damage to opponents. So, interestingly enough, none of it matters because you're facing a Berserker, and just about everybody is effective against a Berserker. We could also select 3 of a kind with a chain here. This is going to give us the benefit of a quick chain. And you guys could actually see, for those of you guys that are older veterans, they actually have the new quick card mechanic there, where when I selected a quick card, everything else got plus 20% extra critical chance there on it, which is a newer change that was not originally in the game. So again, here they're telling you about the different chains that you can form. Green, all 3 of a kind as a chain would be like, if you choose green cards, it'll be a quick chain that's going to end up getting you extra stars. And if you stars are basically how you like perform crits in subsequent turns. If you get 3 of a kind that are red, it's going to be additional damage on the current turn. And if you do 3 of a kind that are blue, it's going to increase NP gauge for every card that like every unit's card that you select in that composition will get an additional 20% charge. And you will also basically be able to like kind of just get additional NP gain off of this. The first card you select also, so now they're talking about the lead card bonus. The first card you select impacts the second and third cards. And there's only really one exception to this. There's an actual like more advanced issue with it, but sticking to the basics right now, the only actual exception is Noble Phantasms don't count for this. Noble Phantasms are your special attack. Okay, so it's like, boom. Oh, look, it's an arts card effective thing. So you're going to get basically NP gain up. If we chose a quick card, it's boom. You're going to get critical star drop rate up and an additional 20% crit chance on all cards. So you can see the crit chance changing here on literally everybody's cards. So I'm just gonna again go with a brave chain here just to try to get this done a little bit faster. It's not really gonna matter, but it is what it is. Actually, I think they're gonna force me to continue to fight this until I get to my Noble Phantasm. They also have the newer sprites. It's not the old bobblehead sprites that are in here. So they have actually improved the tutorial, but not by very much. Got an MP still, I know. All right, first bonuses for each card type. Again, the quick card lead bonus, as you guys saw, is that. You already saw the arts card lead bonus. Again, it basically increases the amount of NP gauge your additional cards will get in that 3-card sequence. And then if you do Buster first, it's going to increase the damage. You didn't get to see that one, but... Oh, look! So, here's the interesting part. You can use the Noble Phantasm to trigger the lead card bonus, but a Noble Phantasm will never be affected by a lead card bonus. What does that mean? Well, a Buster lead card bonus increases the damage of all the cards in the chain, except a Noble Phantasm. Noble Phantasm doesn't count. However, you can use a Buster Noble Phantasm to set the lead card bonus as Buster to affect the other 2 cards, which is usually what you want to do. Not always. There's different scenarios where you want to lead off with stuff, but just in general premise, usually leading with your Noble Phantasm and then doing cards is usually the better idea. Did not know that? There you go. Already teaching people. There we go. The Noble Phantasm for Artoria. Excalibur. It's an EX-Calibur attack. And there we go. Our first tutorial battle finished with units that I will be lucky to get off of the FP summon. Okay. Now foe's going to QQ at us and I'm going to skip it. And I'm going to enter my name. And oh my god, my name could be Mass P. What should my name be? You can change your name at any time. So we can go with anything. Chadroth, I like that. Let's go with that. This is actually going to be Chadroth. You can also change your gender. Again, you can see there that you can swipe to change it. Begin with these settings, sure. Yeah, I actually like starting with the female master because the only times you really see your character are occasional cutscenes like this, but your character almost never actually directly talks. You just choose certain responses. So the only real impact you see is whenever you pop mystic codes during battle, and I would much rather stare at the scantily clad female than the, master, especially because a lot of the time you're using plug suit, and plug suit definitely has some crotch straps that really emphasize the crotch. All I'm saying is I'd rather stare at the female than the male in that regard. What's your gender? I'm a mechanic, exactly. How's it going, son? Oh man, that loading do be taking a second. Oh, not wanting to run. All right, we start off with Singularity X, Singularity F, Fuyuki. And you guys can see we're at unknown coordinates XA. And basically each one of these is a node. This is going to be how you're going to find quests to do. We're starting out here with basically this is the tutorial Singularity. So this is our first battle. We're going to run in here. It's going to give us some story. Basically we're trapped in Fuyuki. Not going to get too much into details to not spoil people. But essentially we're going to be stuck using certain units here for a little bit. For instance, right off the bat, we get to use Mash. Mash is a shielder. She is the only one of her entire type in the game. And currently, that has never been proven wrong. I actually hate this tutorial, and you'll see why here in a second. This tutorial is trying to teach you something, but it's actually a situation that never exists ever anywhere else in the game other than right here. There is never a point where you will ever have empty cards. It does not exist. Because when a character is solo, you will instead just get all 5 of that character's cards constantly. There are situations in which you can have a broken chain where you can't use someone's cards. Let's say if we had Mash and then we had another unit like Artoria here, and Artoria was stunned. If Artoria was stunned and she had 3 cards, you could not use her cards. So you would have to pick one, and it would cause a broken chain, but you would still basically have to select 3 cards. So anyways, that aside, it's saying the green card's trait will increase the critical rate on the next turn, the red card's trait will increase the attack damage on the next turn, and the blue card's trait will fill the MP gauge faster. That is your TLDR of them, and they're 100% right. Like, this is actually more informative than the first tutorial in that regard. So anyways, I'll go ahead and click in, and you can see it's kind of forcing us to, we can get a lead card bonus, and then an empty card, though there's not going to be anything here, and then we're technically going to want the third card to get, like, basically cards get more damage the later in a chain they are, naturally. They get increased effects. So I just put Mash's card third since I wanted the lead card bonus and the end card. Well, the middle card didn't matter, though admittedly, I don't even think we got the lead card bonus there. Servants also have skills. Every servant has 3 skills, though admittedly, some units not at first. You may have to do something to unlock their 3rd skill. It is what it is. Don't worry about that. If you're new to the game, you're going to be leveling up characters. They're only going to have like 1 or 2 skills at first. Every character has 3 skills as you move through and do their ascensions, and they will unlock the skills. Some of the original characters, though, however, will only have like 2 skills, and you might have to go do an interlude or a strengthening separate from their normal ascensions to get that 3rd skill. It's still there for you. It's just it may have some unlock requirements. Okay, servants have skills that feature various effects. Tap the icon to use a skill. So you guys can see here, this is Obscurant Wall of Chalk. It applies invincible for 1 turn, which means she cannot take damage unless the enemy has some sort of way of piercing this or removing it. And increases NP, aka the gauge, for 1 ally. So it's a targeted effect whenever it says 1 ally. We're gonna say, okay, we're gonna apply it to Mash. Mash can now not take damage because the skeleton can't do jack crap to us. And it says a spent skill can be used again after a fixed number of turns. There is no limit to the number of skills that can be used per turn. Technically true. You're going to be limited by the cooldown, but technically it's true. They're just asking us to do this, and finally you get to turn it on battle speed too. Thank God. We're just going to go with a nice brave chain here. You usually want cards that have additional crit chance later in a chain as well, because again, your later in the chain cards hit harder. So what do you want? You want your first card to crit, or you want your 3rd card to crit? You usually want your 3rd card to crit. Okay, we get some master experience. It's going to dictate our level and various other bonuses that we're going to get. We get Mystic Code experience. It's going to also dictate the Mystic Code that we're bringing to every battle, which is where our master's skills come from. Your master will have skills, and they will change depending on which Mystic Code you have equipped. We also got an Ember. These are basically going to be our experience cards in the game. We got QP. This is your sort of just like currency for leveling people and doing their skills and stuff like that. You will have other materials required for things, but this is just sort of the in-game currency is what it is. Think of it as like gold in other games or something like that. Okay, gonna skip the story again. Feel free to read it. I highly recommend reading FGO's story. It is literally the main attraction of the game. And it's going to take forever to load. Okay, now rewards are much, much nicer than they used to be. Used to be back in the day, you might have gotten this and this. Now you also get materials and pure prisms. Okay, we're now on to the 2nd node here. Numbers displayed above locations denote the number of quests left to be cleared. So you can see we have another one that we're going to be doing here. This is section 2. We're going to skip it. And we're going to go right into the battle. All of these are kind of like pre-planned. You'll get the exact same battles as I will. Okay. So we're going to start out here. Basically, we have skills. Again, you guys can see just a little bit of a kind of primer here. This is telling you that there are 2 waves. This is the first battle of 2 in a sequence that you'll have to do. There is 1 enemy remaining in this wave. You are currently on turn 1. You have 3 command spells. It's kind of difficult to see, but the first one is like right here. The second one is right here, and the third one is here. You basically have your battle menu up here where you can control various things, including the volume level of the game. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I want skip enemy fade out on. You want to keep that one off, and I think confirm skill use you want off. It depends. If you're new to the game and you find that you really need to read everything and you're unsure of what to do, you could definitely keep confirm skill use on. You definitely want skip enemy fade out off. You have your master skills over here. Again, these are from your mystic code. So like I said, these will change throughout time, but you can level up mystic codes and make these stronger in the same way that you can level up a character and make them stronger. Again, here's your attack with your cards. You can see cards selected later will have bonus effects. The first card you select will impact the second and third cards. Pay close attention to the order of your selections. I usually really like doing arts Q arts here. Again, just a maximum NP gain. You get the extra NP gain from putting arts first, but you also get more NP gain from putting it third. You're going to find arts cards are really nice because it's going to be how you get to your noble phantasm. Though admittedly, I'm not really going to need it here. You can tap an enemy to switch targets. Sorry, I was already on the right one. And again, you can touch here to do this. And yeah, now they're talking about critical stars. Critical stars are randomly distributed. There is an internal star weight to each card that's kind of a random factor. But beyond that, there's also just a factor of the more stars you have, the more likely a card is to get more. There is a maximum of 5 cards that can appear at any given time in any hand. Therefore, if each card can only have up to 10 stars, so basically 1 star is worth 10% crit chance. If you have 10 stars, then on a card, you would have 100% crit chance. What this means is that at 50 stars, you would have 100% crit chance on all of your cards. At 30 stars, you'd have good crit chances on a couple of your cards. So it's definitely going to be random, at least unless you have 50, but there is at least a good way to kind of secure crits a lot of the time. Beyond 50, it's kind of useless. There are some additional things in the game that can do that, but don't worry too much about it. Again, they're making us select an empty card, which is just not something that will normally happen. And even stupider is the fact that it will actually not let us switch targets. So there are some things that you can do to switch targets. Just to show you the skill usage again here, I can basically pop this. Her first skill is also going to increase her defense and give her a damage. Actually, sorry, not yet. Give her defense and stuff. Oh, are they actually going to explain Mighty Chain? This would be really interesting here. So, there we go. I got a Mighty Brave Chain. It's actually a really good one. That would not have been the case back in the day, but now I can just do that. Mighty Chains are something the game hasn't explained to you yet, but basically Mighty Chains are you choosing 3 different card types. So Quick, Arts, and Buster in the same hand. If you choose all 3 of them, you will get what's known as a Mighty Chain. Mighty Chains confer different effects. The biggest thing with them is that they make your lead card bonus all 3 cards at the same time. So you get the benefit of having a Buster, Arts, and Quick lead card bonus, regardless of what card you chose. As long as the 3 cards that make up your hand are Quick, Arts, and Buster in any order that you choose. And I have an entire video on that. Feel free to go watch that. Helped me a lot? Yeah. Glad to know. Okay. Skipping this and going into the next one. Getting additional rewards. All right, now you can go to the main menu. Please tap the main menu button. Please proceed to summon. All right, this is going to be our initial summon here. So your first summon cannot get an SSR. This is just a freebie. Everybody gets it. Just go for it, okay? The deal is there are people that are going to make a big stink about which of these characters you get. I actually talk about it a ton in my new player guide that's out there. Basically, there are definitely better pulls here, but I'm gonna be real with you. It's not the end of the world, and I will literally go with whatever the game picks for me. But you can absolutely min-max it and reroll. It's just, obviously, there's forced fights. It's gonna take you a bit. Let's see what we get. This is also an improved summon nowadays. They've actually really added to it. All right, so we get a Saber first off, and it's Faber, aka Gaius Julius Caesar. Caesar's actually pretty decent. Survivability is his big issue. Assassin. Jekyll and Hyde. That is not a good pull, but I could definitely do stuff with him still. Jekyll and Hyde is arguably one of the worst units in the game, but you can still, even the worst units in FGO, you can still make them serviceable. Another assassin, please just don't be another Jekyll and Hyde. Jinki, okay, definitely a better choice there. She's anti-king, she's quick. Definitely one of the things you kind of look for in assassin is usually a star generator to some degree. So she actually serves as a traditional assassin in that sense. Caster. Mephisto. Of course we get the Crotch Clown, my literal least favorite unit. He's not bad. He's just my least favorite unit. I hate clowns. Divine Banquet. Ooh, that's actually a nice one. That's NP gain up. That's a really good CE to start out with. Definitely starting charge would have been better, but I will take it. Another Saber. Gilda Ray Saber. Oh boy, the game is giving me the worst possible results it can. Yeah, if anything, what you're looking for and what you really want out of your rolls is you want diversity at first. So Lancer here, at least this is someone new. All right, Hector. Hector's not going to be the most survivable unit, but Hector's definitely a pretty decent farmer. And Gold Orbs, this is going to be our 4-star. Caster. Uh-oh. Nitocris. Oh, this is... Damn, that's too easy. The game gave me one of the game's best farmers. Nitocris is a 100% charging unit that is actually just, like, really, really good for me. She's also a death proc unit. Projection's also nice. That's arts up. We definitely already have the makings of some decent arts composition here. Iron Willed Training's actually not bad either. Gold Assassin? Satheno. Oh no. Yeah, of course I would. Of course I'd get the traditional Satheno. Now we're going to have to wait through every single one of the servant introductions. Pay attention to them. They're fantastic. I highly recommend you you watch them. But yeah, I definitely, to one degree, I got a really good pull, and then to another degree, I really didn't. So it's just how this one works. But again, you usually do now, I believe, get double SSR, or sorry, double SR from this initial pull. That's something that they changed about it. They increased the quantity of 4-star CEs and servants that this initial pull can give you. Because it used to be people would just get one, and it was not too hot. God, I hate him. Just... Let me skip him. There we go. Yeah, actually, I can skip these, so I will skip through these. And it's funny, because servant introductions back then for some of these units, really fast. More recent units have very long introductions. Like you can see, he at least had 2 lines. But we'll have units that'll give you entire, like paragraphs of things. Nitocris is fantastic, though, for this account. See, you can see her introduction is a little bit longer. Nita's a very strong starter unit. She really is. She's actually one of my best picks for what people can start the game with. Chat, I can't believe we started out with a rare prism. Just kidding. Obviously we didn't. All right, so we're going to go ahead and close. It says you summon a servant. Next, try to set up your party. So this is party formation, party setup. Basically, you can take 6 units to a party, though admittedly, most of the time you'll be taking 5 because a friend support will be one of the ones that you'll choose. Tap the servant you summoned earlier. I don't want to take. I want to take that one. I don't want to. It's forcing it. You can now have a servant join your party. Tap OK. Tap close. Tap close. Fantastic. It's so on rails it won't let me do anything else. That it was your starter chosen by the game, you have to accept it. I reject this reality. Okay. So again, what it's saying there is, hey, you can have multiple stages to complete a like node. That's perfectly fine. These are each individual battles, but there will be other ones. Now you're at select support screen. This is where you'll choose friend supports. Now you may, sorry, not may, you will not have any friends when you start the game, but you can definitely get people on your friends list, or you can follow people now, which is definitely something that can be done. We're up against Saber. Let's take this level 100 NP5 Gilgamesh. It's certainly a weak Gilgamesh. Why would I ever use it? We're gonna go ahead and start the quest. There's nothing else I can do here. You guys will see Gilgamesh will definitely just start smacking stuff. No friends? Yep, no friend. Yeah, if you guys want to add this account, feel free to. But honestly, to a degree, it may be better to do it with no friends. All right, so it's 1 of 2. Gilgamesh has a charisma attack, which is 3 turns of attack up. Also NP gain there, as you guys can see. We are literally just going to... Oh my god. We are just going to laugh at this. So I just gave him his NP gain up. We're actually just going to go... You know what? Let's go best possible. This is going to be a mighty chain, but it's going to be a mighty brave chain. So it's 3 of a kind, 3 different cards, but 3 different cards of the same unit. So it's also going to get an extra attack. And I'm actually going to go for the variant that would give theoretically the most NP gain, which is to start out, sorry, not NP gain, star generation is what I'm trying to say. The most star generation here. So I'm going to actually start out with the arts card that does the least star generation, the buster card second that does the second most, and the quick card that does the most in the 3rd slot. And this is functionally as if I had chosen to lead still with a quick card. This will set me up really nice for stars going into the next turn. I didn't need NP gain. I'm already over 100% to get to his Noble Phantasm. But you know what? Why don't we show you guys Gilgamesh's Noble Phantasm? It's not going to matter. This is easily killable. Also, if you ever want to alternate targets, 1, you can still do it up here from the icons. 2, you can still do it in here as long as you haven't chosen a card. And 3, if you ever need to like have attacks hit one or the other, obviously if you kill an enemy, your attacks can switch, but you can also abuse it for this extent where you can like say, if I were to do both Satheno cards here and the first one killed, the second one would still go into that enemy, which would allow me to get overkill, extra NP gain, extra stars generated. Really nice if you can do something like that. But technically that's a waste to a degree because you're not killing the other target. So if you ever want to switch targets, what you do is you just select 2 different cards from different units and it will switch. You can also stagger by using things like a Noble Phantasm will allow you to switch targets in that regard. But it's not going to matter because nothing's going to live through this Noble Phantasm. And here it is, Gil's iconic Inima Elish, as he pulls out his alien sword and prepares to yeetus deletus. And there he goes. Did 316k. It's please understand, your Gilgamesh will not do that much, not at first. This is basically a maxed out Gilgamesh. Oh man, 1 master experience away from leveling up. Of course it wouldn't let me. So again, it's talking about the friends and follow thing. Here are the icons for it. You could definitely friend someone, but you have to friend request them, so they have to accept it as well. They may be full, they may not accept you because you're a new master. I have a whole section of the new player guide talking about that, and also some tips for you if you are someone that's new that can get somebody to maybe accept you, because a lot of the times more veteran players will look at a new player and they'll just be like, oh, this player doesn't care, I'm not going to bother. And there's ways you can tell. Another master who follows you or has added as a friend use your support servant. You received friend points whenever they use yours. And that's definitely nice. And basically, it's, again, you can see you'll receive friend points more if the master is your friend than if they're not. You can take people that are not. They've actually fixed that. There used to be some issues with taking somebody who wasn't your friend, like you couldn't use their noble phantasm, which really was a reason why you almost never wanted to do it. Nowadays, it's not an issue. That's been completely fixed, so you don't have to worry about it. Follow the player who supported you. If you follow a player, you can choose to use their servant as a support in main story battles. Sure, why not? Go with it. Now, for who to follow, find a whale with a really good account. Has a lot of really well-equipped units, really high noble phantasm levels, that sort of thing. Here's how to strengthen servants. Select enhancement from the main menu. Go to enhance. You're going to make me level Sethino, aren't you, game? All right, so basically it's showing you like, hey, it'll increase the HP and level, and once they've kind of hit their cap, you can ascend them. And this is just showing you the different varieties of experience cards. It's basically 1-star through 5-star. Obviously, 1-star gives the least, 5-star gives by far the most. A 5-star experience card that's of the correct class gives basically 100,000 experience. It's really, really good. All right. Yep, it's gonna force me to level Sethino. I hate you, game. No, I don't want to use the. No, let me use the 1-star. You don't have to use the appropriate class one, but obviously if you do, if you sync them up, you're good. There's also all class embers that work on everything, so don't have to worry about that too much. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and select enhance. You guys can see there's a QP required cost associated with this. That is a thing. Early on, your QP won't be too much of an issue, but as you start working on unit skills, it'll immediately become an issue. Be very careful with QP. Don't spread yourself too thin. Try to like focus on some key units early on. But again, I'm gonna say early in the game, there's not a whole lot you can do wrong, so don't worry about it. Punishing you for rolling Sethino? It is what it is. All right, so we got login bonus rewards. Special Ascension, so I can actually take a character, max them out. I recommend holding on to this and saving this for a 5-star character if you get one, but you can use it on a 4-star. Basically, this will just put them to their maximum ascension, not maximum level. You still have to level them the last couple levels, but it'll put them through that maximum ascension, which will absolutely cheapen the cost of leveling the character for you. So you will get a whole lot of stuff. We are going to get a free SSR though, so it is what it is. Special Ascension authorization will be revoked if you do not use it within the time limit. I actually don't believe there is a time limit on this initial one, but it is what it is. Okay. We're just waiting. So you can see the person I have followed showed up here again. But we can see other characters potentially too. So let's see here. Usually a good indicator is whatever level they are. Right now on an A, people that are like in the 160 range are close to max level. Eventually we'll be headed towards 170. And JP, as of right now, is already got people at 180. Kind of gazing through here. Mine and how it will be for you is initially sorted by login. That's usually the way you want to do it because the most recent people appear first, whereas like you can get people that'll show up that it's like, oh, they haven't logged in days. But it's very rare for that to be a thing. Let's go look at his support setup. He's got a Merlin. He's got a Scotty. I'm looking actually at some of the meta supports he has. He's got a Koyanskaya. And he's got a Castoria. Okay. This is definitely a really good account to follow. Okay. So it says you can set up servants and craft essences. We don't have a whole lot of craft essences, but we do have some. Party cost will also be a factor for you, especially early on in the game, as you're not going to have a whole lot. It's just telling you, hey, look, this is the class tendency that'll appear in the node. Basically, the enemies you're going to face and what their classes are. Sometimes it's a question mark, which sucks. There's nothing you can do about that. You can tap on the character's icon to change which character is in which slot. You can also move slots around by pressing the lineup button down there at the bottom. And you can change craft essences. And you can also change where the friend support is. It's by default in the third slot here, but you can change it to other parts, including your backline if you so choose. I'm surprised they're actually telling you about teapots. Teapots increase your bond. I would not touch that for right now. Though, depending on how long you have, you may have a time limit. It may only be a couple of days, depending on when you start the game. So feel free to go ahead and use them. Okay, so tap whichever craft essence you want to equip. Craft essences increase HP and attack. Basically, it is a just standard. It's like gear in other games, or like a light cone in Honkai Star Rail, for instance. So this is a very familiar concept for a lot of you guys that have played other gacha games. Basically, just a way to increase your character's HP and or attack, also while conferring an additional effect to them. Usually one of the best things you can look for in a craft essence is starting charge. There are obviously some exceptions. Damage is meta in this game, so some things are just better in that regard. Okay, so this is Sathino. Honestly, let's just give her the defense up one for right now. I really don't care, because we're immediately going to slot in some other people if the game will allow me to. Yeah, we're going to go with arts card effectiveness here. And we're actually going to slot Sathino out because it's not really going to matter too much. This is a Lancer, so if you know your sort of rock, paper, scissors triangles of the game, sabers do more to Lancers, Lancers do more damage to archers, and archers do more damage to sabers. And again, each one of those, like, basically a saber will do more damage to a Lancer, but it'll also take less damage from a Lancer. So it's usually what you want to do is you want to take the appropriate class for that. So you're going to load in both my sabers here into the back line. I could obviously put them in the front. It's not really going to matter. This entire node's going to die really quickly because, again, we have a level 100. The max level in the game right now currently is 90. Anybody that's higher than that with a character, it's because they have grailed the character, which means that you can increase their levels beyond the maximum. 120 is the current maximum levels. Again, here is my Mystic code. It has first aid on it, which is a heal, which is really nice. It has attack up for 1 turn, and it also has a hard evasion for 1 turn. Sometimes you'll get evasion effects that are like 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. This is for an entire turn, so it's definitely nice. It's a get out of jail free card, basically, if an enemy has a Noble Phantasm, or if you're just worried that the character's going to die, unless the character has things like Sure Hit, Invuln Pierce, or Buff Removal. Or again, maybe they already put Buff Block on you and you can't apply it to yourself. So you got to be careful about some of the stuff. There's various effects that you have to watch out for in the game. Damn, putting your main unit in the back. You're damn right I am. All right, so I'm going to kind of show you guys how it's like to alternate between things here. So obviously I know that Charlemagne's card here, and a lot of times you actually want to go Buster first. So I'll go ahead and show you that. So we're going to let Mash and Nitocris team up to kill this first skeleton, and then we're going to let Charlemagne kill the other one. Because they killed it, and then because it was a different unit's card, it switched targets. Now we've got 3, so I'll have to hope that this is strong enough. Again, knowing Mighty Chains as I do, I'm actually going to do weird things. You can actually mix things up. So I can attack the leftmost target, and it will then default back to the rightmost target as I go to do this. So then I'm going to basically choose his card first, Mash's card here, and then we're going to choose the Buster card from Nitocris in the final slot to hopefully kill. Basically, each one of these cards, though, gains the effect as if almost there was a Buster card lead enhancing the damage. You can see you also do get some tutorial missions and things like that. They're going to give you rewards. We've leveled up. This has increased my max HP. Max AP. This has increased my max friend slots, and it's also restored all of my AP. Very early in the game, you will level up a ton, and you will just constantly have maxed out AP. I recommend you use it as much as you can, but it's also a little bit of a treasure trove for you. We're going to go ahead and follow this person. You can also friend request them too if you want, but like I said, keep in mind, especially early in your game, unlikely to get a lot of people to actually like accept you. Some people will be nice and accept a new player, but it is what it is. All right, so section 3 here. I need these to go away. You can usually click them or drag them to make them go away. You're dealing with a saber and a lancer. So obviously an archer counters a saber, but a lancer counters an archer. One of the things you could do here is you could take a berserker that's effective against everybody, but is also everybody's effective against them. Or you could just say, hey, you know, maybe I'm just going to take a saber who would be effective against the lancer and be neutral against his same class. Totally up to you. I'll go ahead and show you guys berserker here because I feel like that will definitely be a cool thing. Who should we show off? Let's go ahead and let's show off Morgan Le Fay, as people definitely like themselves a good Morgan. I'll also I don't know, let's pull in Caesar here to show people him. I highly recommend take your time early on in the game a little bit, get used to some of the units, get used to the way the game works, learn what their kits are, what certain skills and effects do, and you can read. The game will tell you at least some, but unfortunately, a lot of the info isn't necessarily in the game. You may have to go to other websites like FGO Fandom, that sort of stuff, in order to get more details on it. You can also check out my new player guide or any of the videos that I have on any of these subjects. Hopefully, they do an adequate job of explaining things to you. I'm going to stagger the cards here again just to get this dead, and it should work pretty swimmingly. I got a lucky crit there, actually. Mighty chains are actually really good. You almost always want to do them at this point now that they are in the game. There was a period in time where they were not. I'm gonna use Morgan's first skill here. She basically has a 30% charge for herself and also an attack up for the entire party and a defense down for the entire enemy wave. So it's really nice. I'm also gonna go ahead and use my Mystic Code skill, my attack up skill, and I'm gonna use that on Morgan Le Fay. Good practice whenever you're going to Noble Phantasm is try to stack buffs. And you guys are going to see. We're going to let Morgan fire off her Noble Phantasm as she looks down upon these simpletons with disgust. And there you go. Easily handled them. Obviously, it's a little bit of overkill, but it is what it is. Okay, you guys can also see, actually, one thing I skipped through there, all those characters, other than the friend support character that we took, got bond experience. So that's definitely another thing to keep in mind. You can see we're getting missions done. There's also currently a download campaign active. This will not always be the case. It just depends on, again, when you start the game. See, mine's struggling to load all of this. I have 12 different messages. Game doesn't like that I put a Berserker in the party this early. All right, we're going to investigate here. All right, now we're up against archers. So now we have lancers. I recommend, again, finding another person here. Oh my god, who is this beautiful person with a Lartoria? Lartoria is one of my favorite characters. However, I maybe am going to refresh and see if I can get a better one. Get somebody that's actually deserving of getting a follow here. No. I'm not gonna find it, and I know it. There's a level 91. Don't have that kind of time? Oh, don't worry, you're fine. And feel free to constantly keep updating your list and looking for like really good accounts. There is a limit to how many accounts you can follow. I believe it's like 5 at first. That's a level 100 one. I'm being picky, chat, I know. Eris is right there, Cad. Don't worry about it, chat. I'm not going to make us do this forever. I will just pick someone eventually. I'm just trying my luck. Raiko Lancer for the win. Yeah, some units are really, really old in that regard. They can be quite rare. Damn, so far the first Lartoria was the best Lartoria. Yeah, I'll go with this. This is actually a really good account. Okay, so we're going to take Lartoria here. You will occasionally see other skills pop up. So you see the skills here are 10, 10, 10. But then there's this second rung that's 0, 0, 0. These are your append skills. They're a separate set of them. They're more like passive enhancements. Don't worry about them too much early on. They're actually more of a like end game type of thing. But at least for right now, it's not a huge concern if they're like 0 or something like that. Okay, in we go. So Lartoria has a 3-turn attack up. She's also got 50% self-charge. We're basically... Oh, unfortunately, I did leave him in here. So we're actually going to go ahead and throw one of his cards in. And we'll use that to stagger because he's not going to kill. He's a level 1 getting counterclassed. He's not going to kill. Okay, this is 2 out of 2. We're going to pop her Mana Burst. It's Buster Up, and then particularly Anti-Chaotic and Anti-Evil, which I believe Skeletons are both, so this may be Overkill. And we're going to go ahead and pop the Mysticode attack buff on her. And we'll even do a Mighty Chain here, though nothing's going to live through this Noble Phantasm. Now, maybe you don't take as strong of units as I'm taking here. Maybe you try to resolve each of these battles with your own units. It's certainly possible. It's certainly fine. Again, get used to the game. Figure things out about it. Play around with it. The early game, the early singularities are kind of your time to do that. Things start getting more serious around, I'd argue, like the 5th singularity, and then definitely the 6th. Damn, imagine you could get Habitrot early. You could. God, it does not like all of these pop-ups. Basically, your entire goal here is to just get through Fuyuki basically as fast as possible. Let's see. So it's Saber and Archer. Archer beats Saber. So we could try to take a Lancer to beat the Archer, but then Saber beats Lancer. So the choice is yours. Archer is a safe play. I'll show you guys. I showed you guys Berserker before. So what if I show you guys what it's like to take basically another another like neutral class instead? Skills here are not the best. Ooh, no split supports. There are little things you can look at to see if an account is like truly well taken care of. It's not the end of the world if they don't have certain things. Like, again, the split support's not like a huge deal, but it does mean it's like, okay, I don't have access to more servants for them. Maybe that's the only servants that they have. It's definitely possible. Who is this J fellow? Oh, different picks here. Got a Van Gogh grailed as well to 119. Kind of terrifying. I'll take it. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we take, instead of taking his Squirtoria, why don't we take his big boy? Has 2 golden sumos, older account. Okay, so right off the bat here, I don't have a Lancer, right? But I do have an Archer. So the Archer is going to be effective against the Sabers, but he'll be neutral against this, which means he's not going to deal less damage, but he's not going to deal more damage. He's going to be right smack in the middle. So it's an effective way sometimes of getting through, even though you're not dealing effective damage. Now, Super Orion's really interesting for a lot of reasons. One of those is that Super Orion, he hits kind of hard. That is literally the best thing I can say about it. However, I'm not going to attack boost him. I'm going to attack boost Faber, and I'm going to try to make it through this by using a Faber card, because this should default back to the first one. Hopefully Faber can actually manage to actually kill the skeleton, but we'll see. He didn't, so it is what it is, and unfortunately we had to crit that poor skeleton for the amount that was pretty much the sum total of a noble phantasm. It is what it is, chat. Let's do a mighty chain, put his card third just to ensure this kills. It didn't matter, we didn't even need his card. I will follow him again. I'll basically keep following people until I get to the max, then I'll start friend requesting people. Because you need follows to at least like, okay, now I have people I can rely on. And that's usually how I would approach things early on. Especially because the odds of success of getting somebody to approve your friend request is fairly low for a new account. Come on, there we go. All right, this one is 3 of a kind. You could definitely take one of the extra classes. That's getting a little complex. I'm not going to get into that too much. There are like other types of classes in the game. So for instance, a pretender is effective against all the knight triangle of classes. We'll just go with a berserker again. It definitely works. Everybody should understand that to some degree. Why don't we take... let's take a Hercules here. A Fate Stay Night favorite. Hey, good for you, Cursed. Why are all these AP numbers yellow? Because I'm capped out. Swipe up and down for the support list and don't need a scroll wheel. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I'm not used to playing with mouse, but it is what it is. So Herc is actually what we like to refer to as a cockroach. He's a, collectively speaking, very tough unit to kill. Especially if you play him right. Though, some of that depends on whether or not you have bond Cs to him equip, which is what happens when you get a character's bond all the way maxed out. Well, kind of. There's exceptions to that. I'm not going to like get into that too much, but basically, Herc is a just absolute monster of a challenge unit. He works really well in some of the game's hardest fights. Go ahead and give him his attack up. We're going to also dodge him. Not that he's really in any threat of dying. I'll try it that way. It probably will not work. Yep. Didn't min turn. Feels bad. Go with a triple buster chain. Sometimes the 3 of a card are still better than a mighty chain at what their given gimmick is. So for raw damage, triple buster is still the most damage, more than even a mighty chain. However, the mighty chain would be the second best thing. Same thing with regards to... Let's check his account. Castoria with Bond C. Maxed out skill is usually a good sign of a well taken care of account too. And they've actually split it between event and normal support. This is a good account. I'm going to follow them. And that's one of the ways that I do that. Like, these sorts of things are not easy for a new player to do, is to, like, how do you evaluate someone's account? And that's kind of why I'm trying to talk you guys through a little bit what I'm looking at. I'm looking at not only who they have, but I'm also looking at the skill levels that they have. You're not going to know who's good at first when you're first starting the game out. But one of the things you can look at is, like, the level of an account, which is going to tell you how much they've played. You can look at the skill levels on their characters, which at 10 is the maximum. That's going to tell you, okay, they're actually investing in their count, they're leveling up their units, they're actually managing to max them out. And that's a good sign that it's a good quality account for you to follow, or again, maybe try to friend request down the line. There are some meta support units as well. You'll see me occasionally from time to time look at them. To be our first Rider battle here, we do have assassins are the counter to them. I'm just checking out another account here. Definitely some interesting units, though I am noticing a lot of sameness with some of the other accounts that I've gone for. Only two instead of a 3 possible support list setup. Could be decent. This one actually at least has, like, they don't have a huge support list of like that third one being added with more characters, but they do have different characters than what I've chosen, and most of the characters do at least seem decently well taken care of. That being said, some of them are not, so I think I'll abstain from that one as well. We have a 162 account. This is definitely somebody that's pretty high. This is basically my level at this point. They have the newest unit to the game, so they've recently rolled. Yeah, this one's fine. We will go with Maguma here. We judge? No, I mean, early on, it's like, it's no knock against the player. It's more, you're looking for good accounts for your account to follow to give yourself the best chances of success. Especially if you're starting out and you're not starting out with like friends and stuff like that. You're not going to know anyone. You're going to be like, oh man, how do I get through this? So unfortunately, Rider does counter caster. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to switch our lineup and we're going to pull in Satheno again. And Satheno is actually an assassin and will at least be effective here. We do also have another assassin in the back line here for Jing Qi that we can pull in, and I will also switch my back line, basically bonding in Jekyll and Hyde at least some. Can you explain what an esports servant is? Kind of an advanced concept, but an esports servant is where you purposely keep the unit low because the first skill is particularly useful in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes it can be like second skill, but like basically you keep their level low so that you can use their skill and then get them killed to rotate the party fast. It's kind of an advanced strategy. You don't really need to do anything like that. It's not a huge deal. Okay, so Kayanskaya is actually one of the meta supports here. She has a Buster Up. She has a anti-human and anti-man trait that also gives a star bomb of 20 stars. And she also has a targeted 50% charge skill that, while it does reduce the party's HP by a bit, which almost killed my level 1 there, hilariously enough, she does have the ability to reduce her own skill cooldowns or anybody else that she targets with that skill. So it's definitely a nice effect there. And you can see she does good damage. Yeah, you usually don't want to HP foe them. So you can see I could not friend request that person, which means their friends list is full. That's going to happen quite a bit, but that's also a sign they have a good account. If their friends list is full, they have a good account and they take care of it. Writer was cooked there. It happens. And nothing in Fuyuki is particularly hard. You will see there are occasionally free quests and stuff there. I'd ignore them for like right now as you're trying. What you want to do is you want to get through the tutorial as fast as possible. Okay, so this is an assassin. So now we need to take a caster. Now there are meta supports like Castoria there. Merlin's also another pretty decent one. Scotty's another one. So you're going to see a lot of like caster support in some of these, but what you're going to want at least some of the time is going to be a damage dealer. So I'm actually going to go with Holly or King here, who has a damage dealing caster up. It's one of the reasons that I did choose his account. Because again, damage dealing caster, definitely going to be nice. We're going to swap Nitocris back in because again, she's going to be effective there. I don't believe I got, oh, I did get another caster, unfortunate. So we'll put him in there. You don't have to have craft essences on everybody. It's not a huge deal, especially early on. But definitely craft essences just make your character stronger. He's your favorite though. Yeah, I love Mephisto. Don't forget your free FP roll. Ooh, that's a good point. I probably should do my daily free FP roll since it's going to reset soon. Okay, so San Zhang has an 80% charge skill, assuming her skill has been leveled. Her second skill, assuming it has been enhanced, also has an attack up. It's also a taunt, which will draw all enemies' attacks towards her. And she has a party-wide NP gain up and debuff immune. It's really, really nice. San Zhang's a really solid single target option here. And you can see she's basically just going to give this guy the palm of her hand. Gives him that E-Honda and just yeets him into the mountain. He gets Doskoid. There we go. We leveled up again. So you're going to keep doing that. You will not level up infinitely, but early on in the game, you will level up a ton. Just understand it is a free AP bar every time you do. So that can be really annoying if you're trying to not let your AP rot. I can't even see what's in here. There we go. This time an NPC servant is available for support. Select it right away. Honestly, a lot of the times I don't select NPC supports, but they can definitely be good depending on the situation. So we are going to be relying a little bit on our own units. I have not leveled up anybody yet, so we're going to go... Nope, not you. We're going to make sure that we at least have some options here. Caster Ku is at least level 18, which is much higher than any of my units. I missed my 2000 AP bar. That's exactly how my JP account started out. It was glorious. Is optimal Apple use advanced tactics? Not really. That's actually a basic thing you need to understand. You can go ahead and dodge him because he has protection from arrows, which is a 3 times evade with defense up for 3 turns. So he's going to be very difficult to bring down. Ku is another one of the cockroach characters in the game, and almost all of his forms have this effect. Okay, so... yeah, it doesn't have the arts up because I haven't done the enhancement for it yet. He also does potentially have a charge skill, but I haven't done the enhancement for that. So basically, we're just going to let Ku kind of do his business. We're going to form an arch chain that's going to give... obviously more NP gain, but it's also, remember, going to give any unit that was included in that chain, so Caesar and Ku, 20% charge right up front. So it's really, really nice for that. You can see Ku got hit like once, and now he's at his Noble Phantasm. So Ku is going to Wicker Man these hoes. I'll go ahead and select the Sabers cards, because if anything lives, it'll actually be the Lancer, not the Assassin, who Ku is actually a counter towards. Caster beats Assassin, Assassin beats Rider, Rider beats Caster. That is the way the Cavalry triangle works. Forgot to use Caesar's skill? No, I didn't. There we go. Got it done. Continue onward. And again, if you're worried about like understanding the way cards work, I have videos on that. If you're feeling overwhelmed by it, just play around with it. There's really no harm. It's very difficult to actually lose any of these battles. Even if you do lose somehow, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Okay, got another one here. So you can take Caster Ku again. He is a support. You actually get 200 FP. So I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to abuse that early on because that's something I kind of want to do a little bit. But this does mean that I'm not going to have like some stupidly OP unit constantly roaming around in the party. So I'm going to have to card right and play a little bit smart here. Though, admittedly, it's not really going to take much brain power. Like I said, you get really used to like carding an FGO after a while. And it's one of those deals where the more you learn it, the better it suits you. So you don't have to do too much with it. Okay, so we have the makings of a Mighty Chain, but if I choose his Mighty Brave Chain, I won't be able to stagger cards. He is the only one with a Buster card, though, so it's probably to my benefit to utilize that effectively. So we're actually going to choose the other 2 cards there. Unfortunately, he didn't kill, which means we're not going to one-turn this. But there's no problem with that. I can actually potentially abuse this for a little bit extra NP gain. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to let Caesar hit both of these attacks. So we got a little bit of overkill there with the second attack, which was his quick card. Quick cards do at least do less NP gain than an arts card, but they still get some. So basically that was just kind of abusing some additional star generation and things like that there. Honestly, it was not the biggest concern. I'm actually just going to basically take the triple arch chain here for no other reason than I'm just trying to get people to their Noble Phantasms to make wave 3 easier. And carding out of this won't be too bad. Again, you can see it's wave 3. We are on turn 4. There are 2 enemies remaining. So Ku has his Noble Phantasm. You could go ahead and use it here if you want. I am literally not going to bother with that. Gonna form a Mighty Chain, and it's not gonna kill. Oh, got a lucky crit. It did kill. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pop the attack up on Caster Ku. We're gonna let Caster Ku fire off his Noble Phantasm. We'll also give him a Brave Chain there, just in case something lives. Dreamer luck, it happens. Okay, battle ended. That easy. Now, early on, you'll find yourself doing a lot of carding. Later on in the game, the meta is to do way more Noble Phantasming. You basically try to 3-turn a lot of nodes just by constantly using Noble Phantasms. That's where you want to end up, but you will not be there that fast. Not unless you kind of know what you're doing and get a little bit of luck on your side too. But it just is what it is. Okay, so we're going to continue on. It's... God, I've got 43 messages now. Gonna take Caster Ku yet again. I should probably actually take a Lancer here instead. We'll pull in Hector. You guys will get to see him. Hector's a pretty cool bro. That bar is comically getting better with every clear. It's actually beginning to lag, the emulator. I don't know why. It's like it can't handle it. Okay. We actually have an Arch Chain. I'm just going to go ahead and send it. At this point, I'm prioritizing speed more than correct card choice, because I'm not super worried about it. Okay, so Caster Ku will have his Noble Phantasm ready. Again, that'll be ready for the 3rd turn. We'll probably just cart our way through. The general premise behind nodes is that certain nodes are abnormal, but usually the way it works is your earlier waves are easier and your last wave is the hardest. Usually. So you can kind of count on that and abuse that aspect. This is a walkthrough of a new account? Yep. I haven't done a new account in a hot second, but felt the need to do it. Okay, so I really actually probably don't need it here, but whatever, let's send it. Usually carding is faster than Noble Phantasming, but I'm not confident since my Hector is level 1 and relatively low attack power that he's going to be able to kill that. I'm also, again, because it's getting to be about 12, I'm going to do my FP roll here, assuming the game lets me. I don't think I'm hard locked in. Usually once you do the initial tutorial summon, you're freed up and you can do other stuff. So you're going to come down over there to that summon button. So again, they're friend points and Saint Quartz. Saint Quartz is your actual gacha currency. There's free Saint Quartz that you get from other things, and then there's paid Saint Quartz. Paid Saint Quartz usually only matters for the purposes of doing your daily paid summon or GSSRs. Otherwise, you can use normal Saint Quartz for other things. There's also summon tickets that can be used. Those are basically just single rolls. It is what it is. We're going to do our free FP summon because it's actually going to matter for this account. And our hope here, again, is that we get additional units that we don't have. We'll actually skip through this here. It'll skip anything I already have. And it will just lead me to the things that I don't have. So we get an archer. We get a rash. Oh, that is amazing. I love having a rash early in the game. I can do so much with a rash early in the game. Okay. Just talking about leveling up craft essences. Honestly, don't worry about leveling up craft essences till later. There's actually really inefficient ways to do it that can hurt your account. So my advice, Don't do it. But yeah, you guys can see there, we basically got it done. Oh my god. Away! Now, I only have 560 FP, which means I don't have enough for another 10 pull, okay? Now, this is basically talking about everything that you guys need to know. There's also a summon history screen in here in case you guys haven't ever touched it. You can kind of just go ahead and roll your FP as is. It's not a huge issue. I usually don't bother to roll my FP until I have huge sums, but early in the game, you kind of want like as much FP as possible. It's not a huge deal for me, at least not until I get done with Fuyuki. So it's not going to be a major emphasis yet. Oh, maybe it's just laggy. They're going to keep abusing the extra 200 FP there for that. Okay, so we have the entire Night Triangle and a Berserker. Not really going to matter what I take then in that regard. Arash is an interesting unit because he can actually kill himself, which is highly useful. You wouldn't think that is, but it is actually somewhat useful in a lot of regards. Pull the rewards from the extra quests. I'm not worried about it yet. I was talking about Arash, and here he comes. Yep. Literally just stagger here. Get some overkill. Caster Q's already ready to Noble Phantasm again. You shouldn't kill with one card, so... Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, she barely got it. So we're almost going to get to a Nido Noble Phantasm, and that's really nice because Nidocris actually has some decent capabilities. I'm going to try to do my best to showcase that. We're going to go ahead and fire off Q's NP, but we're going to do a Mighty Chain here. We're going to try to get Nido some additional NP gain. She actually gets a lucky crit. So we are going to get to see Nido's NP on the final wave. We get 2 Noble Phantasms here. This is how carding correctly can pay off for you. It's a little bit of chance, but also a little bit of knowing how to take advantage of things. Now, my Nidocris is not going to hit very hard. She's level 1. She's NP 1. This is what it is. But these are also bronze enemies, and she may actually be able to death proc some of them. If they death proc, they just die. You don't even have to deal damage to them. Now, death proc sounds really strong. There are some limitations to it. I have an entire video talking about it, but the TLDR of it is the higher rarity the enemy is, and if it's a servant especially, the less likely you are to death proc it. So it's really good for farming fodder enemies. There you go. The one on the right there actually got death proc. But it's not good for farming servants or, you know, like bosses, that sort of stuff. If only you had Robin. Oh, don't worry. We'll get him. I'm not really worried about the FP pool, especially now that I got Arash. The other big one I would really like from the FP pool early on is actually Q. Q can be really useful. Yeah. Gonna literally throw a Rash in there since he's at least effective damage dealer. Now, you can choose to level up your units here. If you're feeling like you're struggling somehow, feel free to. I'm not really going to need it in Fuyuki. It's not a huge concern. Yep. Oh, we're actually backfilling on this one. So it's a 1-out-of-1 battle, but there are 5 enemies remaining. I'm gonna stagger the cards here. Thankfully, none of the enemies have a Noble Phantasm bar yet, so you don't have to worry about that. That will be a thing in the future. But here you go. So this skeleton enemy has one. Basically, when he gets 4 ticks, aka when 4 turns have passed, or he uses skills to charge it up faster, he will get a Noble Phantasm, and you might die, basically, depending on what the effect is. It's something you should definitely pay attention to, be aware of, and do your best to try to prevent. $8K damage for level 1 isn't bad. You're not wrong. Especially considering I death procced one of those enemies. Come on. Come on, game. You can do it. I believe in you. Game is really struggling. Is this BlueStacks? No, this is LD player is what I'm playing on. Ooh, no Buster card here, so that's a little bit on the annoying side. We could choose to abuse this. I'll actually showcase it a little bit here. This is a Brave Chain for Faber. We led with the Arts card, so all cards get additional MP gain. He does all 3 of his attacks into the same enemy and his extra attack. If you do all of a unit's attacks, they will keep attacking the same enemy over and over and over again, unless you do something to break the chain, like split it with a Noble Phantasm. So like I said, I abused that, and he got pretty decent NP gain off of something like that. I'm going to take the Triple Arch Chain here to abuse this, because this fight is functionally over when one of the units gets their Noble Phantasm. We do have one more that'll show up here at the end. We come on! There we go, got that 3.4k crit. Good luck again. And you can see we're perpetually getting more Master experience, more Mystic Code experience. Also, more Embers. Okay, so we have the Cavalry Triangle and Archer. I'm gonna pull in Hector. Actually, what I'll probably do here, not try to counter the Archer. Instead, because this is Cavalry Triangle, my casters here are gonna be good against, obviously, casters and assassins. They're gonna suck against riders. So I'm actually going to go ahead and rotate the party here. We're gonna bring in Satheno to the front line. That Satheno can actually work against that rider for us whenever it shows up. Okay. There's our assassin, but we don't have a Satheno card at the moment. So I'm going to start with the assassin because we can't deal with the rider yet. Just gonna stagger cards there. Rider's gonna get 3 actions, unfortunately, now, but there you go. He hit my my coup who was evading, so it did nothing for it. Okay, now we actually end up having the Satheno cards. I'm gonna go with the triple quick chain here. And then the last enemy will come out, and Ku will NP, and we should be fine unless it's a writer. It is not, so we're good. But these are neutral. These are archers, and Ku is a caster, so anybody in a different triangle, you're just probably neutral to them, with a couple of exceptions. So again, a lot of the times I won't use a story support, but this is one of those times where I just don't have a lot of FP. I need as much FP as I can get early and quickly here. So doing this and abusing the story support that's being given to me, since I know the battles aren't tough, it's actually a good thing that you can do early on. Okay, this is casters. And we actually can't use Caster Ku here, which I know why. I'll go ahead and use Kintoki. Kintoki's a fantastic writer. And actually, I don't think I have a writer myself yet. I do not. This will be ideal. I do not want Satheno in the front line, though, because Caster beats Assassin. That really doesn't matter. I go ahead and throw Mash in the front line for this. Mash can actually do some decent work for you. She's a very defensive unit early on in the game, and it's really nice to have her. She has taunt, so she can draw enemy attacks. She has defense for the entire party, and she has that targeted charge and invuln, which is really useful. But this is a very well taken care of Kintoki, so we can all wave goodbye to Caster Ku with literally just one turn here. Kintoki has not really any survivability, but he's got 50% charge. And this particular Kintoki had a 50% charge C on him, so I knew I was going to be able to immediately Noble Phantasm, and that made Caster Ku just die really quickly. And there we go. Again, gonna keep getting tutorial missions. I'll show that off here in a second. We've unleashed Mash's Noble Phantasm, Lord Chaldeus. It increases defense and applies damage cut status to all allies. This is Caster again. I'm gonna go right back in with the Kintoki. Why not, Lucario? Now, you may not be able to find something as quick and as easy to use as this Kintoki. Perfectly fine. Any writer will do here. Caster Ku's not too difficult. Just keep in mind, one of the biggest issues that he has is that dodge. If you can kill him faster, it's to your benefit. If you can't, then you may be stuck dealing with the dodge. It's a 3 times dodge, though, so you can't overwhelm it. Okay, so you've got the Dark Cave, and then down here we just have another free quest. So we just want the Dark Cave for right now. It's the story quest. Again, the free quests can be nice, but not the biggest deal. Gonna put Arash back in the front line because we have Saber and Assassin as our enemies. Ooh, at level 18, Ku be showing his damage issues here. I should have popped that early, but whatever. So Ku is actually close to getting his Noble Phantasm naturally anyways. We're gonna put his card last. And they didn't kill before it got to his card, so it didn't matter. He actually got the most in P-Gain there. Okay, this is a 2 out of 2. I suspect the middle enemy will live. Actually went too fast there. I tried to select double Arash busters, but it is what it is. Now Arash might die for my sins. Nope. Still no one died. Even with the enemy getting a lucky crit. Okay. Battle done. And that's one of the harder battles you'll even have in all of Fuyuki. What was that noise? That's the noise it makes when reset happens in the emulator. Yeah. So this is the daily reset that's happening. It's going to force me to log back in. Fine. And in fact, a lot of stuff will reset, so login bonuses, things like that will pop up here again. So down here, you have your mailbox. This is where all of your stuff kind of comes in. It's talking about blue apples, which is how you store AP. It's definitely something you can do early on. I'm not going to exchange these. These are exchange tickets. You get them for doing your dailies and logging in. Basically, they are going to be what like one of the methods that you can use to get ascension materials for. I'm not going to cover that for right now. Not a big deal. You can see we're already getting just a ton of stuff. Again, there's a login campaign right now for this. We've also got daily missions. Though daily missions are literally just, and they are always this way, they're always just complete any 3 quests. And then there's a bonus for getting all 3 of them done. Your weekly missions, there's actually some stuff you maybe need to do, but they're usually not too difficult to do. Again, you can see one of them's performed 30 friend point summons for me. So depending on what you're after, you may have to go do certain things, but it's usually not too hard. Sometimes you'll have time limited missions. It is what it is. You'll just have to pay attention to those. And there are extra things. These are going to be where your tutorial rewards are going to come from. You can see I'm going to get all of these just for the work that I've already put in. So all of these monuments, all of these pieces, really, really nice. And this is making it so much easier on new accounts. If you're a veteran and you're like looking at this, you're like, oh my god, I cannot believe that they get all of that for free. Yeah, it's ridiculous with how much some of these rewards give for you. Let's actually go do our FP summon real fast here, since it should oh no, sorry, this one resets at the like evening reset at like 8, so we already missed the early reset for that, so not too much to worry about there. Okay, so we're going to continue on in the story here. Going to keep abusing Caster Coup as long as the game lets me. We have Archer and Saber here as the other ones, and then Assassin should be handled by both of our casters. So we're going to let Arash do some work. Although, you know what? I'll actually, just a bit of a primer. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but I already know that Arash is one of the units I want to level up. So this is just, if you come in here into the enhanced screen, this is actually where you do all of your leveling up for stuff. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to select Arash. You can do auto select. I am literally just going to kind of let the game do its thing. However, I do want to tell it same class only if possible. So I do have some Archer Embers. I'm going to go ahead and enhance him a little bit. You want to use same class Embers early on because it's to your benefit. There you go. He's now level 7, so he'll actually have a little bit more health, a little bit more attack power. Okay, let's go into the Dark Cave. And do to note, that is the only unit I've leveled the entire time. Other than, I guess, it made me level Sotheno. That was the game forcing me to do something I didn't want to do. But honestly, you could probably get through all of this even without doing it. I just realized, it's like, well, it's just going to make this battle easier, and I literally know that Arash is one of the units that I want to level regardless. Gonna do the triple arch chain here. Unfortunately, even a level 7 Arash still not strong enough to kill that. Arash is admittedly a 1-star, so it is what it is. But Arash is actually, even for a 1-star, he's pretty good in some aspects. Gonna stagger cards here. Okay. This assassin putting in work. Assassins are usually pretty crit happy. We actually have a triple arts brave chain for Coup. We will abuse that to get to Cou's MP. We are almost done with the Fiyuki Singularity. Forgot to evade him earlier. I could double Phantasm here, but I think I'll actually use Nitocris. Go ahead and pop her death chance up. I actually abused the Noble Phantasm being arts for a triple arch chain too. That's definitely something you can do. Get used to that. That's one of the like tips and tricks I can give you, is to try to use your cards really effectively even when you're Noble Phantasming. So basically, I just got Arash an additional 20% because I chained him with that Noble Phantasm, despite knowing that he wasn't going to. I also could have pre-carded with Arash if I wanted even more charge. So admittedly, probably not going to be the biggest of concerns here. Caster Coup should at least get both of these close to death. There you go. He also put the burn debuff on him. So the first one dies, and actually that other one will probably die to the burn. Oh, no. It's only 600. I thought it'd be 1,000. Here you go. Let Arash get the victory line. And he didn't get it. Big sad. The rare Arash victory line. Almost never get to hear it. Okay, it's loading out. We got assassins. They'll take care of that. And then we have Archer. So Hector's going to have to come in here and do some work. Nitocris is not going to kill, so... I could go ahead and Wicker Man here, but it's probably not worth. Gonna use the higher level caster's cards to make sure that we secure at least one kill here. Again, assassins are just nasty. They will crit you, so it's usually a good idea to try to like whittle them down as much as possible. We actually almost got Caster Coup to 200% charge. You won't be able to do that with everybody. It will depend on how many Noble Phantasm levels you have, but I believe the story Caster Coup here is at least in P3. Sorry, in P2. There we go. I just healed Nitocris. We come on. Okay, so only the Shadow Archer lives. It's got burn, it's got defense down. We should make pretty short work of it, but notice it only has a 3 charge Noble Phantasm gauge, and it can get off its Noble Phantasm if you don't treat it with respect. Ooh. Damn, I should have looked at the cards first. Gonna take Hector's Buster cards there. Another interesting fact, in case you guys are wondering, if you have a Noble Phantasm at, like, say with Caster Coup there, where it was at 178%, it will not matter. If you use a Noble Phantasm, it will consume the entirety of the gauge. Alright, we have our first servant death ever. So Nitocris is gonna die. She's gonna fade out. You can click to or tap your screen to accelerate that, but basically you'll let Hector here get revenge with a nice mighty brave chain. And the character's not permadead. They just, you can't use them again for that battle. That's all it is. Unless you like retreat and come back. We should have one more battle, if memory serves. Or use command seals. Yes, that's true. There are some revive mechanics in the game. Oh, I guess there's even more. I didn't realize there were this many fodder battles in the cave. I will try to make this as fast as possible, chat. This part can definitely drag on. Getting through Fuyuki is a little, like, tedious. It's not difficult. It's just tedious. Still didn't kill. SMH. Gonna charge everybody's Noble Phantasm here. You're gonna give me the triple arch chain, I'm gonna abuse it. Gonna keep abusing it. This enemy is not much of a threat. There you go, Nitocris gets to her Noble Phantasm. Which means we get to death proc. It's actually, it took me a little bit longer on the first wave, but I basically get to roll through the latter 2 waves now because of this. Okay, neither one got death procced. Unfortunate. Even one death proc would have sped that up quite a bit. Gonna stagger the cards as best I can here. Oh, lucky crit there from Rash, but still not enough. We get 200% from Ku. This will trigger an additional overcharge effect on his Noble Phantasm. If you're curious as to what that is, you can usually see it in the Noble Phantasm info. Again, you can see effect increases with overcharge. Effect increases with overcharge. So basically the defense down and the burn effect will get stronger now. Not the damage. Sometimes it can enhance damage, but not always. Like I said, again, feel like it's taken too long, or you don't, feel like you're able to tough it out, you can always stop, level up your character some. It'll help you out. Just remember, look at like the class triangles. I have a lot of that detailed in the new player guide as well. But the idea behind it is you need to be taking effective counter classes to the nodes. You see, even someone like me, even though I know these nodes are kind of a joke, I'm still kind of trying to like counterclass it because I know the units I'm taking are not the best. Yeah, we should be okay with this. Don't have a rider, but is what it is. The good news is you can also have different NP gain rates depending on what enemy types you're facing. It's not the hugest of concerns, but it's something you'll learn over time. Casters are actually the class that you have the best NP gain rate against. So this can actually benefit me here in this node. I should have popped his defense. Yep. I want to kind of get a rash to his Noble Phantasm just to show chat. But it's not easy. Can I abuse this? I basically used that to squeeze out an extra turn here, potentially. Didn't really help. Maybe a little. Ooh, that was close. All right, he got a crit, so we actually get a Rash as Noble Phantasm. The Rash is an AoE archer, and obviously he's not necessarily going to be the most damage, but one of the things he can do is he can fire off his Noble Phantasm, and he'll kill himself. He will rotate the party when that happens. So usually you use him to take out a wave, kill himself, and bring somebody from the back line in. It's a very, very useful mechanic if you plan it appropriately. There you go. Satheno comes in for me now. Let's get a heal Nido Chris just in case I needed a second Noble Phantasm. Because this will probably not kill. Yeah, it didn't. I actually should have switched targets to the other higher health one to whittle it down some. Because now Nido Chris will have to do a little bit of work here. Nobody here is effective against anybody else. Gonna take the level 12 Satheno. Should have a little bit higher attack power than the coup. But at this low level, it's kind of difficult to say. You can check. You can actually see it. All right, we got the death proc on him. Again, it's an undead enemy. It's a bronze enemy. Both those things give higher death proc chances, so... Wait, that counted as an archer class servant? Hilarious. Unless that's maybe one of the ones from before. Okay. Same deal here. Now I can actually go ahead and equip stuff. I have 7 party cost. Yeah, we'll go with this. Give it to a rash. Having 3 command seals a day for a new player's godsend. That's a good point, actually. If you plan it strategically, you can just use your command seals and not have any issue. So, what does that mean? Well... can literally do something like this. Okay, so we death proc the left one. The right 2 didn't die, but she was effective against it, so it didn't matter. No, he actually didn't kill the one. I guess that's what happens when I use a level 7 Arash. Gonna let him get the brave mighty chain there, because it'll probably be the saber enemy is what's gonna live again. Yep. And you can see, look at that MP gain. Man got back to another noble phantasm due to some lucky crits. So you can do things like that to make your life easier. It's definitely a thing. I see Azazel. Okay, this should be the final Fuyuki battle. Archer would be good. You know what? I'm definitely going to remove the Lancer from my backline. Might give me some trouble. And you can see who we're facing. It's Saber Alter. Mash gets to block, though, with her Noble Phantasm. Old Mash sprite kick W. I'm surprised they haven't remade that animation, but is what it is. The old sprites had bigger heads. You got a 22k Saber Alter here. Could definitely get hairy, so be careful. She got a 4 bar Noble Phantasm gauge. Play accordingly. I'm gonna actually go for maximum damage here more than anything. So I'm doing a QAB Mighty Chain because it actually is the highest damage Mighty Chain. Quick cards deal the least damage, and Buster cards deal the most. So putting the Buster card third and ordering it in that sequence is usually the best way to get more damage. 97%. I got screwed there. Yeah, I'm gonna take the triple Buster chain here. Again, we're making short work of her. Saber Alter doesn't have any survival skills, so we're good in that regard. Let the Arash cards get in here. And there you go. It's that simple. It definitely helps when you know what you're doing with carding, but it's still, like I said, even if I had chosen different cards, you could basically card your way out of that. And there we go. Fuyuki done. All in all, really quick, really succinct, but like I said, tedious. But then you get the actual opening to the game. This old animation takes me back. Still really good, honestly. Nostalgia. Okay. God, I'm pressing my own phone there. And what's this? We got Mash coins. And our first Grail. Now, my advice, hold on to your Grail early on. They're really useful, and you don't want to use them on the wrong character. And what's the wrong character? You won't know yet. Because it's only after you get more used to the game, you get more familiar with some of the characters, start really developing interests and likes, you start understanding them, that you decide, hey, that's a character I really want to Grail. Because you can't take your Grails back in any way, so you're kind of stuck with it once you choose to use it. It's also sort of an in-game type of thing, so you don't have to do it that early if you want. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is the guaranteed summon that you guys get. There's a one-time paid Saint Court summon that guarantees one of a certain list of SSR servants. So you can definitely do that. I highly recommend it. Any sort of GSSR, aka guaranteed SSR or guaranteed summon, is usually a really, really good like bang for your buck value. It's gonna allow you to get some really good and useful SSRs early. And again, you guys can see you can also, for one time only, you can have a special summon one servant. You just get to pick them. And so it's really, really nice. So you can pick whoever you want. And now it's telling me that I have unlocked the first singularity, which is Orleans, which is really, really nice. And it'll also show you these are the rewards that you will get for completing it. And this is just telling you the more you do a battle, you'll have a consecutive battle sequence, which just means you won't get the first time clear reward anymore, but you'll still get additional rewards for clearing the battle. And again, we will leave that there. I will continue this one next time, chat. It is late. We should get going. Let me see who all's on, who all I can raid. Ah, Mr. CZ's on. He's doing some woo-wah. Send you guys his way. And again, thank you guys for being here. I will see you guys for the next one. Yeah, you can also store your AP using blue apples if you want. Thank you guys for watching. And again, go give CZ my love. Good night.